Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning, good evening, whatever the day may be for you. The CCT is back at it again with yet another day and yet another time to be looking alive at the Swiss stage. It's round number 2, is the 0-1 bracket, and it is myself and Hayes out here on the mic. Hayes, how are you doing this fine morning, mate?
I'm great, man. Looking forward to getting into the round 2 action here in the CCT Series 18 Swiss stage. There's some good games lined up, and yeah, it's still early days yet, but we get a quick look at the schedule here for round 2. Of course, we're going to be starting off the day with BC Game against Cybershock, and then Atro and I will have the pleasure of casting Sashi against Copenhagen Wolves. What would you say is the pick of the games here in round 2, mate?
I would say that right now I'm loving the fact that we're starting off the day with maybe the most exciting best of 3 in my eyes, right? BC Game and Cybershock, because they just made it to IEM Dallas. They went in through the qualifiers. It's been looking like a blast for them. They haven't really lost anything ever since this lineup has been picked up. Sashi Copenhagen Wolves is going to be quite 50-50 in my eyes too. Then Sinners Alaska and Ecstatic Chimera going on down there towards the latter stages of the day. I think those are going to be exciting as well. I think they're going to be fun, but maybe not to the level that we should be getting out of this first game of the day. I'm genuinely quite excited. I don't really know what to expect, because it's always that thing, you know, where a team has great momentum, they're rushing through stuff, but they're still in the 0-1 bracket right now. In BC Game, they managed to beat Astralis, they managed to beat so many teams, big, zero tenacity with no problems, and then they're going to be running into Cybershock, and everybody's going to be thinking, oh, easy 2-0, right? And then poof, it's not
a chance.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be easy at all here for BC Game, and like you say, some people might expect that to be the case because of the recent success they had qualifying for IEM Dallas, but we all know the weird and wacky, wonderful world of online Counter-Strike, and this Cybershock team have been hitting pretty hard lately, so I'd say this one's fairly open-ended. Definitely got BC Game as the favorite, but Cybershock certainly have got upset potential. As we could bring up some rosters here. Let's bring up that BC Game team, and we can actually just run through them. Of course, they've made some changes, but still lots of familiar faces. Lots of players who have played alongside each other, most recently in the unpaid team. I don't even want to say the org's name on broadcast because of all the drama that's been around them for that not paying their players, and hence the name unpaid. But Nork, Jacob, Cypher, Nexa, all hailing from that original core. And of course, they've kept Prime Taps on the roster. BC Game wanted to get a favorable VRS ranking, so they decided to pick up that unpaid core, which boosted them about 20 spots in the VRS ranking.
Yeah.
Hence the invites to some of these competitions and closed qualifiers and Swiss stages.
Yeah, and not only that, right, but they're still on their next, they're doing an actually great job at taking down a lot of teams that people didn't really expect them to be able to, especially after the morale hit that was being taken after that unpaid organization thingy that we all know what happened. Yeah, now they came back with a vengeance, and to start things off with a 2-0 against Saw in your first game in a new org, and then kind of going undefeated, only losing to 500 like a week ago in a close qualifier, I'd say this is some great run of show. This is something that BC Game want to keep up, and they can definitely do so out here into the CCT. And I kind of hinted at the fact that, yeah, they're in the 0-1 bracket, they had to forfeit on their first game out here into the CCT. So this is their first debut game out here with this roster, with this organization into the CCT. So very much looking forward to it. But Hayes, walk me through Cybershock here as well, right? Because it's not like, you know, it's going to be a walk in the park, as we've been saying. I definitely think a lot of these players are still very, very scary. They're CCT specials. We get to see them time and time again out here, and they still keep amazing us.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it, the CCT specials. I feel like this is an upgrade from the Cybershock roster we saw throughout last year, which had Levantino and Stinix. And while those players were good, they were solid. Oh man, Glowing is so much experience, right? And I think that's something the previous Cybershock team was lacking, is that calm head, the guy who's been in these situations and these positions. He's had some good runs in tournaments before, and he can kind of show Cybershock the way. And then you've got Blixie, who's come into the mix as well, and I think Blixie is a great player. I'm really excited to see him here in this team. Strong rifler from the Aurora Academy team, and I think the Cybershock team means business, man. I think we could see them turning some heads this year.
100%. I do reckon, you know, I was saying that in 2024 that these guys are the prospects to look out for. In 2025, I definitely think people, like players like Blixie, Phenom, and Notineki, they're going to start turning a couple more heads towards their direction, and we're going to get to see a couple more people start talking about them. But for this best of three, I do want to mention the fact that it doesn't happen often, but we've got a 5v5 right now, with everybody besides Cypher being above a 1.01 rating. So there's a lot of firepower going on through here. It's going to be a very aggressive game. It's going to be a very highlight-filled game, which I can't wait for, genuinely. And it's crazy for me to actually say that sentence, because Cypher just a year ago was the one guy you were looking at for the clutches, for the big plays, right? So it just tells you about the quality of this game. Let's jump into the map veto as well to not delay any longer. But yeah, it is going to be a good game. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, keen to see Cypher return to form as well. Let's see which maps we're going to end up here with in the series. We don't know huge amounts about BC Games map pool because they haven't played many games. There's not a great volume of maps that they've played, so Dust 2 is what they're going to pick here. Seems like that's a punish pick against Cybershock as well, a map that they just haven't really shown great form on. Mirage picked in return there, which is actually a good map for BC Game as well. And then the decider, what do we have? Is it going to be Ancient? That's normally the popular go-to, and it's actually going to be Anubis, which I'm quite surprised BC Game has let go through to the decider, because we've seen some good results from them on Ancients, and Anubis is a map that they've only played once, and it's actually arguably Cybershock's best map. So I feel like the first two maps are good for BC Game, but if it goes to a third, I'm probably going to favor Cybershock.
Yeah, I would love to agree. At the same time, however, Anubis, when it comes down to that decider, BC Game may have left it open as a sort of a fail-safe, right? Because the last ban did go through for Cybershock, so it was between Anubis and Ancient. And on Ancient, sure, they've played it 4 times, they managed to win it 3 times, but I don't think they had any wins as dominant as the Saw one. When they started off things, it was a 13-3 onto Anubis, and their best map out here on Ancient was the 13-1 against Partisan as well. So on both maps, they have had good runs, and I definitely think they want to expand their map pool as well. So, you know, them being headed on over to Anubis, if we get there, of course, is, I don't think the worst of outcomes out there for the BC Game roster. For Cybershock as well, as you say, I think a reverse sweep is the only way that we get to see these guys actually take this best of 3 away, because Dust 2 is going to be a little bit tough. However, even though you get to see that 23% win rate, only 3 out of 10 maps won in the past 3 months, I would still say that Cybershock, if they have a good start to the day, especially since it's the morning and perhaps they didn't get that much practice in, they're still a little bit groggy, you know. If BC Game don't have a good starting up game and a good early game, then it could still be Cybershock wowing us for a little bit of this stuff too. So I say don't put all of your expectations into the BC Game roster right now, into the BC Game basket to start off the day, because you never know.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, they've also just come off the high of qualifying for Dallas, and normally teams take a little bit of time to reset after those very big, very successful results, right? So probably a good shout there to just proceed with caution, despite the fact that BC Game are certainly favorites. But I don't see anybody in the server on HLTV. I don't know if production can give an update as to how many players are on the server, and if it's worth just throwing this one across to a break, or missing one. Oh, okay, that's not many. That should be enough for us to just hold on for a little bit longer before we do actually get into the action of the series. Yeah, I think there's some upset potential here for Cybershock. I wonder, I mean, BC Game qualifying for Dallas, that's only in May. Did they maybe celebrate yesterday, or were they back in the practice server grinding? That's the question.
I definitely do see this team kind of be a little bit celebratory. I'm just curious how the structure is going to be with BC Game now that they swapped organizations, right? Because they're keeping the core, they're keeping the players. I actually didn't look. Have they kept the coach as well? Yeah, Cube is still here. Okay, so yeah, this is interesting, right? Because Cube is a coach that has actually managed to get a lot, and I mean a lot of experience in the recent years that he's played ever since the Copenhagen Flames stunt, and he actually has been having quite a decent track record. Now, you take a look on down to this BC Game roster, you get to see the standings out here as well that we have on screen. That's a nice addition out here, as we get to see 500 on the other side being 1-0. That did manage to take down BC Game before, but I want to drive our attention a little bit away to the bench of BC Game, right? Because you still have Guardian, Kakanito, and Lekro, right, over there as potential stand-ins, potential buyout players, potential players that can move on to another roster. Where do you see these guys going on next? Do you think they'll just make a 3-man squad and they'll go somewhere else, or?
It's a good question. I reckon they'll probably get picked apart, maybe have to join some mixed teams to just show everybody what they're capable of. I think they were unfortunate to get cut. It's a product of the situation with the VRS ranking where Org wanted a better placement in the ranking, and so they thought, well, let's just pick up another core. Not like Tatsunito or Lekro fully deserved to get benched.
Yeah.
It was more just a product of the situation. But I do believe we're going to throw this one across to a little bit of a break here while we wait for all the players to get ready and jump into the server. Once they are all lined up on Dust 2, we'll get into the first map of the series, so don't go too far, and we'll get into the game soon enough.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, EU18 back on track. It's Swiss round number 2. It's BC Game versus Cybershock, and it's Dust 2 to take the dust off of us and to wake us up in this fine morning haze. We've been talking a lot of game about BC. We've been talking a little bit about Cybershock. Now it's time to see who's going to take this first map away. Any thoughts, any predictions just wildly thrown out there? A random scoreline?
I'll back BC game 13-10. That's what I'm going to go with here on map
okay,
1. I
you're
think
going
it will
for the
be
safe pick.
a hotly contested affair. Are you thinking upset here?
I'm thinking one-way angle, actually. I think BC Game can take this quite easily. I will say, just to be out there, just to go out there, you know, just to put some fire in the backs of Cybershock because they're starting things off with the bomb with Nexa as well. I will say 13-3 for BC Game.
13-3 for BC game? My goodness, okay, that is an outlandish prediction. Let's see if that will work out to be the case or not. Good frag from Notaneki, but the trade comes through from Prime Taps, the one player who was retained by BC Game, and rightfully so, had some big moments in that IEM Dallas qualifier. And we will see the bomb plant coming through. It's going to be a very challenging retake here for Cybershock, man. They don't have any util, they don't have any kits either. Going to have to require some clean and quick shots here to try and break into the bomb site.
This is something I love about the BC Game roster as well. They're very temperate. They've got a lot of experience on their backs with Nexa, with Knock, with Jakem, right? So they don't always have to peek into these angles, and you got to see Jakem actually peeking still, managing to win out 1v2 remaining Blixie. He's just holding. Yeah, look at this, right? Prime Tab. This is a perfect angle to hold, and there was no need to peek in early. BC Game just play their timings, good communication. They win out the pistol, and they managed to take this one away. So already pistol round goes one way. BC up to the right start. Did you get to follow a lot of the open qualifier out there for BC, or just in general out there for Dallas?
I didn't get to cast any of their games, but I was casting some of the other games in the IEM Dallas closed qualifier, so I certainly was keeping an eye on them, and I watched the Inferno against Australis, the map they won in overtime to actually qualify for the big event. So yeah, I did actually keep tabs on them and kind of watch some of their action. I saw the YouTube video they released yesterday as well, which was the comms for the last round, and Yeah, they were elated to qualify. They were absolutely
Oh,
stoked,
yeah.
and understandably so.
I mean, who wouldn't be, right? After that performance, after managing to beat Astralis 2-0. Now it's going to be
Yeah.
Heroic Astralis as well, trying to figure it out who's going to be the fifth.
I mean, Astralis completely missed their chance, though, right? Think about massive org like Astralis. You play against BC Game. No shade at BC Game, but as Astralis, you play against BC Game to qualify for IEM Dallas. You couldn't really have, gotten a better draw than that compared to other teams, like you were saying. There's Heroic was in the mix, Gamer Legion, some of the other teams as well, like Falcons. They could have had to play it against. Yeah, Hester, God forbid, that would have been the worst case. But yeah, I think Astralis really messed up by squandering that opportunity. Now they have to play a Heroic, but BC Game fully deserved their qualification. They earned it. They worked very hard, and well, they got to be careful here not to lose unnecessary players to the pistols. Jacob will come through and mop up all the players towards long. So just the one casualty as BC Game go up 2-0.
Okay. So, off to a decent start. Only single casualty taken out here by the T side is going to be re-pushing them into the 3 AK barrier point, and Cybershock right now into 5 M4s. No defuse kit out here for Cybershock, so that's going to tickle my nerves a little bit, but it is going to be that first full buy round. They're looking to, put that firepower up on the board as soon as possible. They don't want any MP9s, and they do probably realize they're fighting the bonus as well. So, 3-man pushing towards long, Tenement backs away. Cybershock left to a very standard setup. Nothing towards middle though. So BC Game, it's free real estate, they're gonna take it. And the first fight is actually gonna take a while to break out. BC Game are just gonna take their sweet time, taking space in towards short, making a lot of noise in the process. And I'm just curious about how they're gonna be using these Mac 10s. Where are they gonna be sending them? Because in through short is not gonna be easy. Big damage.
Yeah, certainly is a bonus round here. Certainly is a good opportunity here for BC Game to get a good advantage as far as the economy goes. And look at the positional control they have very early on in the round as well. Of course, next to the IGL are all he's kind of flirted with and publicly said he's not too keen to actually fulfill, but he's here again. He's found himself in this position again, and oh my goodness, BC Game are so far forward here up ramp right now. They're about to pounce on this B bomb site at a moment's notice. Notaneki seems to have a bit of an inclination. It's a very strong position he finds himself in. Steps out, gets the first doubles down. Does Notaneki running out of ammo? USP will actually collect the third. That's a brilliant round coming through from Notaneki.
Very well played. I mean, I was getting scared there on the entry because I thought the barrel was spotted in towards the sandbags, and then the moment he just tucked in, stayed around, he managed to find 3. Very, very well played. A little slow out here on the reactions, maybe a lot of attention being given away to the Xbox player, to Lavicus, but BC Game still went in through with the Mac 10s, try to find something, took 2 down, and now up to the second round they got to. The AKs and Galils are going to be brought out. This is actually quite a weak buy coming through from the T side in round number 4. You'd have been expecting out of the Mac 10s, out of the AKs from the previous round to at least manage to be able to buy back in with a little bit of decent util and some AKs. But we're seeing 2 Galils, we're seeing not that much utility. BC Game, they lose this round, they're going to be reset.
Yeah, I mean, the previous round was a bonus, to be fair.
Yeah.
Now they have got the rifles across the board, and I mean, it's probably a little frustrating that they didn't actually find more success in the previous round, considering the position they've been able to get themselves into, right? They were set up so well to pounce on that B bomb site, but they don't find success. Looks like once again they're going to try and head in towards B, but Cybershock are just hard committing 2 players into this B bomb site every round right now.
And that's what you have to do, right? You can't really afford to keep a single anchor right now, especially if maybe one of the players down to that B site right now, maybe Notaneki was always telling them like, hey, I don't feel comfortable right now today, right here in the morning, to just solo hold all the bomb sites. So I'm gonna need some support. And Lavicus just said, okay, my boy, I got you, don't worry. And so far they managed to hold down 1 round. They're gonna be trying it again. Good early frag on the side for 1 more. Cypher seemingly the guy that's in this roster just trying to search up first, just trying to find a little bit of information, putting his body on the line a lot of the times. But here comes a push, not great headshot. Oh, Nexa helps him out, and it's Nexa with a double. Beautifully played to just show off some mechanics, be quick on that trigger finger, and leave us into a 3v2. No defuse kit, remember, out here for Cybershock, so they gotta just cleanly retake through. And the FAMAS is looking for headshots. Low HP onto Nexa, so he's probably not gonna peek out. And Cybershock pulled the plug. There you go. They have to save to drop away a little bit out here for the next round. And it will be 3-1.
Very well worked round there from BC Game. Making their way through on short into that A bomb site. Like you say, some brilliant opening frags there from Nexa, who has been in some really good individual form as of late. So no surprise to see him piecing together those sorts of kills. Especially the second frag. That was the really important kill there, just to completely open up the A site. And it will be BC Game getting themselves back to winning ways here. Just going back to the conversation about Cypher and him being the opener. Problem is, there's a big overlap between him and Jacob, and there always has been ever since they played alongside each other. They're both generally opening fraggers. So to try and find a balance where they're both comfortable, where they both get to fulfill their role, sometimes can be a difficult thing to try and balance here in this roster.
Yeah, because their style of opening is so different as well, right? Cypher is usually the guy that just presses W all the time and doesn't really need a lot of setup. Is just trying to figure out his individual mechanics and just goes for it. While you get to see an entry fragger like Jacob, who's waiting for that setup to be made. He's waiting to get traded. He's more the sort of entry fragger that, sure, he manages to get to be the first one in. He manages to put his body on the line, but he's playing to be traded. He's playing for a better position overall for the team, whereas Cypher is just looking to open up completely, right? So it's two different styles of entry fragging that for BC Game right now are kind of overlapping, but just because of the sheer mechanical skill that right now they are able to fight against their opposition, it still works. At higher levels though, up against teams like Astralis, like Big, how they played, it still seemed to work. So I don't know. In theory, it shouldn't have, but it did.
Yeah, I think that you're kind of on the money there by describing the different styles of entry fragging and how Jacob generally gets a bit more set up than Cypher. Maybe you want like Cypher to go in first and Jacob to go in second, as we do see these pistols causing a bit of trouble right now. Notaneki's doubled down. We spoke about Cypher as the entry frag, and now he has to be the closer. 1 versus 2. Bomb has been dropped towards short here as well. It's going to be really difficult for him to recover. There's still a molly in play here on Blixie as well. Oh, this is a huge problem right now. Cypher trying to find a kill through the smoke, and he's narrowly off the mark, but Notaneki will answer back with some spam of his own, and that's going to be Cybershock winning an eco.
That's tough. That is Notaneki there with that FAMAS setup that we were talking about in towards short. Took a little bit too long. And look, from this position into where CT where they were, just a smoke down there for CT. B bomb site's completely empty, right? But BC Game, they don't have the information there. They try to take fights, and Jacob and Nexa, sure, they line up, but it wasn't enough. And there you have it. Cybershock, a good round out here. They managed to pick up the first. Away from that conversion from the force buy. And Venom for the first time, we do get to see the op in play. A force, speaking of it, out here from BC Game. Don't know how far it's actually going to take them, especially with Notaneki 8 and 3, AK in hand. For this core, by the way, Hayes, I do remember them specifically liking to play Vertigo, so now I'm going to be interested with how Train is going to be for them.
For BC Game?
Yeah, for BC Game. I remember Cypher loved to play Vertigo, right?
Yeah, you're right. He was an A-ramp merchant, so
Yeah.
I feel like Train, completely different kind of map, plays very differently as well. I think entry fraggers can maybe struggle a little bit more to force themselves into the round, but with good setups, they can wreak havoc. I mean, imagine Jacob and Cypher just running out A main together alongside each other. Could be a formidable duo. Unfortunately, not a map we're going to see in action today. At least not in this series. As BC Game have been able to make their way through middle here. A couple players in tunnels. You can see they're kind of bobbing and weaving back and forth as they try and figure out exactly how they're going to set themselves up here. Nexa realizes I actually have to keep both of my flashes to try and help us get onto the bomb site itself. They've left Cypher in middle to transitions, and well, here we go. 18 seconds on the clock. Cybershock dumping some util of their own. This is going to be tough for BC Game.
Yeah, but they have to go for it. 10 seconds right now. You have to get the bomb down, and W is being pressed. Cypher finds the first, and they're stuck at the entrance. It's going to be Notineki shutting them down. 5 seconds. Can you get the bomb there? Yes, you can, Nexa. Just in time. The bomb will be planted, and now good luck, have fun. Look at the HP values, Hayes. But because they don't have that much information, I doubt that Cybershock even go for this. Oh my lord, BC Game have gotten out with a miracle.
Yeah, that is incredible work coming through from BC Game. Just the timing there. The timing, man. There's barely even a second left on the clock once Nectar actually activates the bomb itself. And that will be a 4th round on the board for BC Game. We're trading rounds back and forth here right now as the T side are certainly hammering home over towards B. It certainly has been their go-to option so far here. And you got to imagine that starts to inflict some conditioning. I think we need to see Cybershock with some... playing for some more info. Maybe just trying to contest middle a little bit more. Because they're just bunkering down on the bomb sites themselves and giving up quite a lot of control here to BC Game as a result.
Yeah, their game plan right now is coin flip. Do they get into our stack, or do we manage to actually pick them off before they get into the bomb site? Again, when you're working, we've been going all over this time and time again, but I feel like it is that important. When you're working with 2 primarily entry fraggers, there's going to be a lot of pushing power out here from BC Game. So this tactic of just holding up into the bomb sites might work once or twice, sure, but it won't work consistently, and it is going to be tough. But there, that works a little bit better, right? Blixie takes up an advanced position, the smoke blooms right in front of him, and he does manage to find the first, shuts down prime taps, and leaves us in the 4v5. Now what's important is that Cybershock actually take up the space. You get to see the flank coming through from Lobicus, you get to see some tunnels control. They're being made by Notineki, right? So they're thinning down the options that BC Game have, and they know fully, okay, this is going to be going into the A-bomb site, and Blix is just shooting straight up nukes right now.
This is precisely what I was calling for Cybershock as well. They're trying to be a little bit more active. This might be a little bit too active though. At least Fenneman will get the trade, and he's going to double down. Welcome to the server, Fenneman. His first couple kills for the map, and Blixie will indeed finish off the job, able to upgrade his MP9 to an AK, and man, these rounds are just going back and forth right now. Money doesn't look great here for the T side, so Cybershock have a good opportunity to actually level up the scoreline and then play against an eco to get the lead.
Okay. Keeps going back and forth though. I wasn't expecting it to be... how to say this? I was expecting it to be close, but I wasn't expecting Cybershock to be able to activate this early and to be able to connect a lot of these shots. So very well played coming through from Cybershock. It's another force buy at a BC Game though. Nexa, he's not one to shy away from the force buys, yet I don't know how well it's gonna work out this time. Like, usually I'm an advocate for this. Usually I like to see the Galils and the Tech-9s running amok, but right here, right now on Dust 2, I don't know.
I mean, it's just because of the way the game's been flowing, this back and forth kind of style. You don't want to be the first team to just say, alright, let's just save. They want to try and keep up the pressure, try and keep up with the pattern.
Oh my god.
Brilliant second frag there from Cypher, and he's going to be able to successfully cross the doors. BC Game have full side control, and Cybershock are going to have to make an unlikely retake happen. I don't even know if they're going to attempt this one. They're probably just going to call it a day. The bomb side and Dust 2 notoriously difficult to retake, and there we go. The trend will continue.
Yeah, this is like the 3rd time we get to see Cybershock actually forced to save. Because they're down manpower, because they can't really afford to retake onto that B bomb site. It's been B again for BC Game. And hey man, it's working with Cypher finds openings like that. That's why I was kind of doubting myself when I got to see them into tunnels. I thought, okay, if they're jumping into tunnels right now, there's a good bit of counter utility right here. They just need to connect 1 or 2 shots and take down more than just Nexa, and they've got it, right? Cybershock shouldn't really have to worry about this entry, because there's not that much firepower behind BC Game. So, in a straight-up duel, it should be Cybershock taking it away, but no. Doesn't happen.
Yeah,
it's just Cypher running amok and finding 2 headshots.
Yeah. Brilliant second kill, right? The first frag was decent from Cypher. The second one was just superb.
Yeah.
Hopefully we actually get to see it here in the replays. This was
Yeah,
the opening kill, but here we go. Cypher now pushing forward. First kill is understandable. Catches Notineki in the open. This one here, though. Bang! That is beautiful. That's the kill that guarantees the round. And, well, the trend continues. For how long does it keep going, though, is the question.
Okay, still can be back and forth indeed. It's been bomb plant after bomb plant here for BC Game to be winning them out. And now Cybershock, after having taken away this tactical timeout, I'm wondering if they're going to be changing up the strat. I'm wondering if they're not going to be bunkering down anymore and trying to play a bit more across the map. See a little bit more dynamic playstyle out of them. Could be the case. As yeah, they are sending people down in mid now. Okay, so they are trying to change things up a little bit, sending Lovicus into kind of the gutter here, because he's in front of the Molotovs, in front of the smoke by himself, and he is actually going to be able to take down Cypher. Backs away in towards lower tunnels, backs away into mid actually. And Fenneman finds Nexa too. Great opening shots out here for Cybershock to be keeping this advantage here. With Blixie so far pushed up, not if he expects this. Oh, he's going to take him down 3v3.
And Blixie would have even had the shadow advantage there, so the fact that Nor comes out on top of that duel is very impressive. Takes a lot of damage in the process, though. 3 versus 3. And Glowing, he was the player who died on Catwalk, and I think that probably would have been better falling off with Levikas after Levikas gets that opening frag. He kind of hangs around for a little bit longer, and that cost him his life, but he's just omnipresent as Levikas. After that opening frag, aggressively in middle, he rotates the entire way around long, takes up the position that his teammate lost in long doors, and able to get himself a kill. This is good for Cybershock, up by a man.
Oh yeah. Made the weak onto Fenneman. He's just holding down short. Fenneman is really crisp on these flicks today. He is he's been connecting. Hasn't really looked like he was going to miss too many times. No Taneki 10 and 5 as well. Cybershock definitely in this game now, and still the trend continues, right? It's still back and forth. It's still one round there, one round here.
Yeah. And no bomb plant for BC Game. I mean, they kept a number of players alive in the round that they won preceding this, so I think they will empty their pockets, but this is the back and forth affair here. Both teams exchanging blows. And Cybershock have looked a lot more convincing since they have upped the ante on the CT side here. Seen a couple opening frags now in towards middle. Trying to get prime taps out long early on here, and he has successfully made his way through the doors. So, position that he's got. Now the pressure's going to shift here. Yeah, through middle they go. Fenneman is able to get that first frag. Drops the Incendiary to deny BC Game a chance to trade.
Fenneman, he is so good. Oh my god, Fenneman! Amazing. He's trying to go for the ace, yet it was stolen by Blixie as he finds 2 more. It's a flawless round from the CT side. And that's the kind of hold you want to see. Again, it comes through in individual performance, yet Fenneman is not missing a beat. As the third shot was just insane. Like this second one, yeah, good timing. Cypher just runs to the scope. That, though, as on the drop down, he wanted to go for it anyways. He just decided, you know what, I'm going to give it one last look in. And boom, ends off the round. Glock round now coming through from BC Game. In round number 11, by the way, Hayes. It started things off as a 2-0. Now it's going to be a 6-5 in favor of Cybershock. We'll see after that if it's 6-6 or 7-5. Either way, very close half. I wasn't expecting it.
Cybershock have done well to keep themselves in the contest here and just trade these rounds back and forth with BC Game. And now, like you say, an opportunity to gain the lead. Fenneman certainly one of the dominant players here on the CT side so far, connecting on some very good shots.
Okay. So this gives everyone on the server kind of a moment to breathe as BC Game are falling back, just trying to play it slow. Maybe a little bit of a Frenchy timeout. Oh, love it, because let's see. Stop padding 101.
He's here again. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's been here throughout the half. And it's only going to be the 1 kill. AK to be recovered. I mean, I don't think there's any chance of the round getting out of control from here. And Notaneki will ensure that's the case.
There it is. Next to overwhelmed and denied. Big damage onto Blixie and Fenneman, right? If they manage to clean that up, that's actually not a half bad eco, but it doesn't matter anymore because it is the last round of the first half. BC Game. I think they have a good enough buy to try to go for the 6-6 here. It's doable. It's possible.
Oh, absolutely. They've got more than what they need here to try and level up the scoreline going into the second half. And I feel like if this does end 7-5, Cybershock will... That would be a fantastic return for them, considering the way the half had started. And it's going to be a big fight in towards long. Jacob just nestles himself in between the flames and fortunately does get found out. Good support flash coming through there. Glowing Blinder, but regains his vision in time. Trades for the M4, but that's not going to help him out. Good work from Cypher to get the extra kill, which earns the man advantage here for his team.
That was, again, you pointed it out perfectly, the flashes saving the day there for BC Game, because if they weren't actually right there behind him, it wouldn't have worked out. No Taneki gets hurt as well, full W, thinking it was going to be a fast A push because of that smoke, and now Fenomen, last man standing, 1v3, imagine he connected that shot.
I mean,
he didn't.
You expect him to, considering the shots he's been landing throughout the map so far.
Exactly. And that's why it's scary. It's him, last man standing. He sees another, yet knock is faster. There you have it. 6-6. The back and forth continues. And, I mean, it feels like we were a little bit stuck in a time loop out here for the past couple of rounds. Just time and time again. One round to the one round to the other team. Yet, they've been changing it around. I've enjoyed seeing Cybershock actually respond to what BC Game are going for. As BC Game have been going for quite a couple of default plays, they haven't really been doing anything too special. If nothing else, actually, I think they are focusing down on their individuals a bit more, and they were playing that round, that half on the T side a bit slower than they usually would.
Alright, well, let's see what the second half has in store for us here. Who will open up their account first and get a lead early on?
Yep, 5 body armors, by the way. CT side.
Oh, wow. That is quite something. And they're going to go searching here as well. They're going searching through tunnels. Prime Taps and Cypher to set themselves up, posted on the angle. How long will they wait for? How much patience do they have? And it looks like they will actually decide against continuing to commit. Are they leaving the B sites entirely, Atro? Surely not.
They are.
Oh, this is a fake. This is going to draw the attention away from B entirely.
A single smoke. That's what does it. Problem right now for Cybershock because they're taking too long, right? They managed to force out the rotate. They have no idea about it. Now they spotted 3 out into long, and they should know. They should go right here, right now. Cypher is still holding the anchor, and this is great from Cypher. Already takes one, and he buys up so much time. Cypher will fall in the end. However, it might just be enough. Tapping away on the P250. Fenomen does connect, and the bomb has gone down. He's got a great position out here, Fenomen. If he just full W's on in, he might be actually able to catch someone off guard. But speaking of catching people off guard, that timing is horrendous, and we're left in a 1v3. Fenomen's too far away to do anything, so the defuse comes through, and Fenomen, yeah, there's just no way to win this round. There it is. Pistol goes the way of BC Game. And Nex is going to be happy with how that one played out.
I mean, it was a good plan coming through from Cybershock in the round there, the fake towards long. I feel like they just took too long to actually pull the trigger on the push into the B-bomb site, because they're drawing everybody off of the B-bomb site, but because they were so delayed in terms of actually pushing onto the sites itself, that's what allowed Cypher to rotate back into B, gets a kill, and like you say, even buys valuable time. And sure, Fenomen does well to get a kill on that side of the map, but he was too far away. Effectively, it was a 3 versus 2 on the B-bomb site, and BC Game recognized that. While they just go full gas, no brakes on the retake. And once they get both those kills, Fenomen is completely locked out. Cybershock going to force buy in response here, but should they lose this, 8-6 becomes 9-6, and at that point, BC Game would be in complete control.
Okay. Complete control is a scary word, though. Especially out here. I mean, we don't get to see it often. It always kind of feels like we're on the tether of finding something consistent, and then boom, something wild happens. But for now, it's been nothing wild. It's just been literally that back and forth. So, BC Game having to hold down. Bunker up, and they're doing the exact same thing that Cybershock were doing on the previous half. But now they're moving. That's the first. Oh, Jacob, what?
My goodness. Talk
Damn.
about multi-kill potential. He is just insane, and it's going to be Nork to try clean up. He won't be able to finish off the job, but surely his teammates will. There we go. MP9 rounds the corner. Ideal that the SMG is the one to find the frag, but Jacob is the hero.
Whoa, yeah, that was crazy because the crosshair replacement was great coming through from, I think it was Blixie trying to enter up first. And it wasn't Blixie. Blixie was the last man to stay alive. No Taneki to enter up first. The crosshair was right on him and he gets instantly taken down. Not even a second to react and press the left click button. So, BC game. Amazing hold down, sure. One that is going to be giving them a little bit of momentum, actually, because that's 2 rounds in a row. And now they're looking for the third. Going to be an eco with upgraded pistols from the T side.
No need to contest you if you're BC game, man. Playing against pistols, you don't have to try and force these early fights. Give some respect to the Deagles, please.
Our partners are over at stake as well, favoring the side of BC game, like you guys mostly are as well, probably. If you do want to bet on the games, definitely be sure to check them out. Use code CCT for 200% bonus on your first few deposits, but remember to bet responsibly and to only bet with money that you can afford to lose, and also don't do it if you're under the age of 18, please and thank you. Okay. After my little preach out there, now we go into a short push with pistols. Oh, and a missed run boost. Still though, it confuses Jacob enough to mess up the spray, finds only one, as Nexa just shows us how to burst down on that A1S. Well played, well done. It's BC game with 3 rounds back to back.
Yeah, good start for them here in the second half, and it kind of feels like this gun round is now do or die for Cybershock. Should they lose this, 10-6, no bomb plant means probably another half by 11-6, and that's not going to be recoverable. So, game on, pressure on right now for Cybershock. What's the plan going to be? I always love to see when a team is in this sort of a position where they have to win the round just on the state of the game. What is their fallback play? What is their go-to option? And it's going to be a long take.
I just hope long take is not a big word, right now, because Cybershock, we've seen them take up space and then kind of just waiting for BC game to respond. Starts feeling like that's the case again, as they're trying to clear out every single angle as they can. No more car, no more CT control as the smoke is going to be dropped in BC game. They're just completely infatuated with that smoke down double doors. They've sent everyone down there towards short, and it's going to be an elbow setup out here. 3 people from the CT side trying to defend. Nexa gets into the bomb side. The A1S needs to go huge.
I mean, they know what's going on here. Cypher still hasn't completely committed. Primetaps is making his way up middle, and North is holding the edge of the smoke right now. We'll get the first, but Nexa can't uphold his end of the bargain. Nork certainly can make up for it, though. Little shot there through the smoke connects. Jacob is also going to play around a smoke grenade. He's caught Venom. He wants more, though, and that'll cost him his life. Maybe biting off more than he could choose.
Maybe. Good incendiary timing, though, coming through long. Look at the connection. Look at the timeouts. Coming through out here from BC game. They're communicating so well on these peaks. And either way, Slavik is down to 40, planning away and tapping the bomb. Knock, half HP as well, just holding the angle, waiting for Glowing to peek into him. He's playing on Goose. And Lavicus, oh, that is going to be Glowing, actually taking down the upper. 1-for-1 trade, though, coming through from short, and it's going to be up to Prime Taps to be making noise, and heads taken down. Heads turn, indeed. That's the 10th on the board for BC game, and that's a wonderful retake to see out here from the BC game squad. I still think, even though he found only 1 kill, Jacob is so on fire right now. He managed to take down Fenomen, who was staying on top of the car, in with that little gap through the smoke. Fenomen was holding to the angle, by the way.
Yeah.
Beating out the A1, beating out the op with the A1S. Mwah.
Yeah, I mean, Fenomen misses the shot there, though. That's the problem. And it's not something we've seen much from him in this map so far. Just enough money to justify the investment here if you're Cybershock, but it looks like they're actually instead going to opt for the half buy. What do you think of this?
It's so risky, yet maybe it's the only way back into the game that they see. Right, because if they manage to get some good damage out through this one, if they take down 3, for example, next to Cypher and Knock, the next buy that they get, it is going to be a full buy versus a full buy, and even if it turns 11-6, even if it turns 10-7, which they would absolutely love, Cybershock, but realistically, 11-6 right here, full buy versus full buy, going to be a tough one for BC game. If Cybershock, away from that, start managing to find the comeback into the game, then it could work. But it is very risky, and so far, risk hasn't really paid off for Cybershock. So I'm not a fan, but I see the vision.
Jacob's just out in the open right now, and that's going to cost him his life. Good frag found here in the half-buy. Perfect start. That's going to be an AK recovered as well. I don't like that from Jacob. I don't think that's necessary at all. Probably would have been expecting to play against a full buy in this round. Maybe that's why he's trying to force the issue as much as he is. I think 9 times out of 10 teams would spend all their money here in Cybershock's position. They've gone for the more conservative option, but they're in a very good position right now. BC Game have not got any control of the safe bomb site.
Oh yeah, they haven't gotten out of CT. What's this? Why have they stopped? They're hearing the movement in through short, and I think they just got scared. There's the Eagles right there, mate. There's not that much going on. Nexus still finds another good headshots coming out of Cypher, too. Phenomen at least trades it back on the AK, but look at the HP values out here for the remaining players at the T side. Nexa low on HP as well, and it's knocked to fall. The op goes down. Nexa trades, and a 1v2. Nexa, savior, man. Quad kill out of the IGL, and we're talking about his form being good. This is more than good right now. This is what BC Game needed to keep up this advantage. But still, hey, that's a 3-kill round coming through from Cybershock. That's exactly what they wanted. Now comes in the real choice. Now comes in the real game to be played from Cybershock. Do they go flawless to try to take us at least into OT? Or does it all fall right here, right now? Round number 18.
That is a good question, Mr. Atro. One we're going to find out the answer to. I feel like they should have won that previous round, though. Nexa just goes massive. A quad kill coming through from the captain to save the day. And now it is do or die here for Cybershock. Let's see what the plan is. Going through the motions, getting some control. Nothing really offered up here by the CT side. A standard hold coming through from them. Nork has his AWP as well.
Knock is one of those offers that isn't always too flashy, but still somehow always manages to get some of the most impact in the game, some of the most kills in the game. Yeah. Like, you don't get to yell his name out a lot, but when you do, then you take a look on down to his scoreline and you say, wait, this guy has been killing everybody on the server and we just haven't seen it.
Yeah, he's just super consistent, very reliable. I was very surprised Fnatic decided to go Burmilov ahead of Nork, honestly. That
it was a younger roster, right? A younger player. They try to take the, I guess, risk on him.
Yeah, huge risk though, and also bringing in an unproven IGL. I mean, I know Fear did well on Passion UA, but hasn't proven himself at the highest level of the game. I think Nork has. So, BC Game, I think they're very happy that Nork wasn't actually bought out by Fnatic. Instead, the loan was ended. Anyway, here we go. Push into the B bomb site coming through. Prime tapped in towards window. Here's the first player. Good angle to find that initial kill, but Nork has gone down in the meantime, and that's going to completely open up this B bomb site.
That smoke killed him so badly too. Nexa waiting for it to drop, and the reload P came through. Jacob still alive, but not for long. 2 HP helped out by Cypher. 5 seconds here to plant the bomb, and it's stuck in middle. They just have to stay alive. No time. There you have it. It is gonna be the 12th on the board out here, even though they all fall. No Tudeki just couldn't plant that bomb because they lost it down mid. BC Game up to map point. Who died here to lose the bomb? It was Blixie right at the beginning.
It's really unfortunate, yeah. I'm not even entirely sure how that actually happened, to be honest with you. But BC Game, they're not going to care. They're not going to ask any questions. The fact of the matter is they're up 12-6 right now. 6 opportunities to finish off the job on their map pick.
Okay. Well, that's how that turns out. That's how that pans out. I don't know if this tackle pause is really going to help Cybershock out too much. But it's been some momentum on the city side. Look at this, Hayes. 6 in a row, that is? Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't lost a single round in the second half, actually. Completely tearing ahead. And now they just had to put the finishing touches on the map here. I feel like we've seen the same opening from Cybershock in every gun round so far. Just this like 3-2, 3-1-1. Only one round have they gone so long in the half. So it's not like they're trying to change up the opening. Maybe the mid round is where we'll see some adjustments coming through from them.
So far, I've been impressed just by the sheer individuality of BC Game, though every single player looks to win his duels, and right now, Cypher finds 2 more. This is why these holds work out so well on the CT side. If they're not losing out any skirmishes, there's no way for Cybershock to get into the bomb site, right? So, there you have it. Even trying to take away a couple of deniable fights out here in towards short, in towards tunnels. Trying to go in for double peaks, even triple peak out there in towards tunnels, and they still lose it to a 2v3. Just tells you how well BC Game are playing right now and how confident they are. Even with that timing, the fact that Nexa got close shouldn't have even been the case. Blixie stays alive though, 2v3, half HP on the Cypher, Knock the only one on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, good chance here for Cybershock to keep themselves alive, but it's not going to be easy. Time is ticking away. That was their enemy in the previous round. It's going to be a run boost. Oh, this is so brave. Levikas actually spots out Nork, who's able to just shift off the bomb sites itself. Going to continue to toy with them. Rotations now coming through from Cypher. Jakim's here as well. 17 seconds. Time is of the essence, and Levikas is the one who has the bomb on his back.
Oh, and that nade almost took down Levikas, but it's a great headshot coming through from Blixie. It's the Molotov to end it. Oh, even more onto Blixie. 5 seconds. They've got to get the bomb planted. Not scared of the flash. He's got to stick it. Another kill. Blixie got so close, yet no cigar towards the end. That Cypher picks up 3. It is going to be the 13th on the board, and BC Game even wanted to go for more, but there's not going to be any more on their own map pick of Dust 2. It ends off quickly on a flawless CT side, as we will be going next into Mirage.
Yeah, that's a dominant display coming through from BC Game on their CT side there on the defensive half of the map. They don't lose a single round, 7 in a row to go from 6-all to 13-6. That'll be a good boost of confidence for BC Game. Cybershock probably feel a little bit aggrieved with the way that map fell apart. And Atro, you predicted 13-3, I predicted 13-10. That means you were closer by a round. So 1 point to you, 0 to me. We'll have to come back stronger in that next map. And Cybershock, well, they'll be feeling the same way. They're also going to have to come back stronger.
They will have to, but they're going to have a little bit of a break time to try to wash their faces out a little bit and figure out how things are going to be moving in towards that second map, in towards Mirage, after a 15-minute break. And we are into map number 2 out here with BC Game and Cybershock. I mean, for a second there, it definitely looked like your prediction might have been the one coming true. But till the end, we do still get to see the 13-6er being pulled on ahead out here by BC Game on their own map pick. Now it's up to Mirage. After a very standardized Dust 2, where we get to see back and forth going there for the first half, then a complete wreckage on the second. Now we get to Mirage, where I wouldn't tend to compare Dust 2 and Mirage too much because they're different things, but they're the two most played maps, the two most veteran maps out here into the map pool that we have. Arguably, there is still Nuke in there, but it's Dust 2 and Mirage, right? It's the two most basic ones, and now as we head from one to the other, Hayes, what's the thinking here? What's the consensus for the second map?
I'm thinking 2-0 BC Game now, just based off the performance we saw from them, particularly in the second half there on Dust 2. They looked really impressive. Individuals across the board are pitching up and playing at a very good level right now. My concern coming into the series for BC Game was that they might be on a bit of a hangover, not literally a hangover, but like a metaphorical hangover after their success in qualifying for IM Dallas. Maybe a literal hangover as well. Who knows? I don't judge.
Who knows?
I would have been, that's for sure. But point that I'm making is that they've shown us in that first map that they're at a good level right now, that they're playing a solid, good Counter-Strike that qualified them for Dallas. And Mirage is a map they've had a good result on recently. They beat Astralis 13-9. That was the first map of the series in their qualifying game. They beat 500 on the map as well earlier in the month. Lost to Big. That's okay, though. So it's not like this is a punish pick for Cybershock against BC Game, and that's why I think there's a pretty good chance of this being a 2-0.
At the same time, though, you have to think that right now, BC Game, with the win streaks that they're on, with the games they've won, seeing that they have lost the map on this is actually a little bit tough for them, because there's maps which they haven't lost on at all. Right, so the one chance that they do have, I guess, for Cybershock is the fact that we do go over here to Mirage. But don't you think it's weird that Mirage is picked up first instead of Anubis while it was still open, right? Because there was the
that's what I
the
mentioned in the pregame.
Well.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the pregame. I felt like Cybershock's best map is Anubis, so I was surprised that BC Game even decided to let it slip through as the decider. But yeah. We'll have to wait and see if we're even going to see the light of day on Anubis. The game is live here on Mirage. Let's jump into the second map of the series. It's Cybershock's pick. The loser of this goes into the 0-2 bracket of the Swiss stage, which is not a favorable place to find yourself. So there's a lot on the line right now.
Yeah, you don't want to be facing elimination, and for BC Game that's even more the case, right? Because they just forfeited their first best of 3. They would hate to already get into the CCT debut game out here into EU18 and just lose on a reverse sweep to be finding yourselves at death's door in the next best of 3, right? So yeah, definitely not something they want to find themselves on, but definitely something that's looking a little bit unlikely right now. Right here though, BC Game, CT side, and they've taken full mid control, but it's up to the A-bomb side.
Yeah, and they will successfully get onto the site itself. We saw BC Game play a retake set up on Dust 2 as well, and it's what they're going to have to do here on Mirage.
Oh.
Jacob posted lands a nice first shot though. That's going to offset this retake. There's still more where that came from. There's still 3 players in CT here for the T side. HE Grenade is going to be slightly off the mark though. And now we'll see BC Game look to make their mark as they start to commit, as they start to make their way forward. Nexa draws blood. Nork does as well. There's no kit though, so time is of the essence, but kills are going to come through in time. What a retake from BC Game. All 5 players staying alive.
And not only that, but all clean shots as well. It was Cybershock having utility, having the bomb down, having the positional advantage, and yet still every single peek that BC Game went for succeeded. Every single headshot landed. It's really scary to see a team that is currently on this big of a win streak, on this high of a high coming through into IM Dallas, still managing to keep this sort of performance up individually. Like, they're not just winning as a team, they're winning as individuals right now. And that is a scary sight to see if you're Cybershock. So they've got to bring out their A game. They've got to take the military out of the attic. That's an old Romanian saying. They've got to get serious.
Take the military out of the attic?
Yeah.
Is that like when things have been calm for a while, so it's not like there's been any conflict? And
no, that's like when a parent would tell you that when a child is misbehaving.
Oh,
and
like,
they're like, okay,
we're the attic. Like, I'm gonna rain hell down
we're starting
on you.
to, yeah, exactly. We're starting to get serious. You have to get,
okay,
you know,
right. Fair
like,
enough.
be careful.
Bring out the big guns, basically, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
All right, I get it. I like that one. Alright, well, not expecting the military to come out of the attic in this particular round with Cybershock only having some pistols. Only
No, but
two digs
they
in the
gotta
mix
bring
as
it
well.
into this map.
Yeah,
Mirage
this
is
map
scary,
for
man.
sure.
Mirage can
Yeah,
run away
absolutely
from you.
the map at large. I mean, especially with the BC game team of this nature, when you got Jacob in connector, he popped off against Astralis, by the way. I actually did watch most of the Mirage as well. He was a menace in connector. He was getting so many multi-kill rounds. So certainly, I'd say like the highlights of the CT side. I probably just completely jinxed him though. Sorry about that, Jacob. Let's see.
Let's see if you have. He gets away with a free frag to start, and Blixie wants to push in. Timing is good. Oh, and the P250 indeed wipes him off clean. There you go. Cypher now has to be the one to fight. Fights, and oh my god, it's A1S in from jungle to be connecting onto Cypher as well. The Brit taken down. It's a 2-on-3 on the retake. You have jinxed him.
Yeah, mentioned. Knew it. Alright, well, this is a full eco round right now. A full eco round for Cybershock that they're on the brink of actually getting as a point on the board.
And surely they never expect Blixie from the smoke out here on Colin, right? Yeah, they don't. Nexa taken out. The Fuse gets still on the ground, but Nox just wants to save. Oh my lord, Cybershock just take away the force buy. Not even the force buy, that was the full eco. Yeah, you're right. God.
That's a disaster.
Okay.
I mean, they did a very good job to actually get themselves as far forward in middle as they did undetected, and then they could just pounce on that A-bomb site at a moment's notice.
Terrorists win.
I mean, undetected is a big word, because I still feel like Jacob did spot them out into middle, did hear them in towards connector. They just didn't really change their positions. They wanted to take the fights. You got to see Cypher still being stuck out there in towards Under Palace for a good while. So he did get double peeked. It takes out one, the second finds him. What doesn't make sense for me is how Fenomen managed to win out his duel against Prime Taps. Like, Prime Taps had an A1S, Fenomen had a Glock.
Yeah, that's a good
question. If that fight goes differently, then BC Games still win that round.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Cybershock did actually bring the military out of the attic for that round, man.
Yeah.
Let's see if BC Game can answer back. Remember the way we started Dust 2 was just back and forth. There was the 4 spies being traded back and forth. I wonder if we're going to have something similar here.
Oh, maybe. 5-7 already starts things off well. And it's the MP9 the Nexa to find another. Headshots galore though. Nexa succeeds. And it's 1-for-1 traded out in from bench. Nox still alive. And a 3v1 now remaining. Indeed, we're getting to see the trades. Indeed, we're getting to see these rounds passed. Fenomen, last man standing, running out of bullets. That A1S doesn't have that many. And the 5-7 might be looking a bit scarier now as he's pre-firing and connecting. It's the CT side taking this round away without even letting the T's plant the bomb. BC Games stay with 3 alive, save away rifles, and just get the game back on track.
It feels like such a careless approach coming through from Cybershock though, Atro. That's the first 20 seconds of the round. They're already trying to jump straight into the B-bomb side. You know that you're playing against a force spy as well. I just think that's way too big of a risk to take to approach the round the way that they did. But at least the round they won before that was an eco, so they have quite a lot of money here actually. They've got an AWP and 3 rifles. 2 AKs were recovered by the CT side as well. Cypher has one of them already dispatched. Oh, the first, the second as well. But Venom's found 2 kills in the meantime. Might get a third. No, Prime Tap shuts him down. And he wants more. He smells blood in the water. He's out in the open right now on a swivel. He'll actually get a kill to maintain a man advantage. But do not count Notaneki out of this.
I was thinking he was going to do that. Notaneki doesn't want to let the CT side save the op. But it's going to be a long round now. Even though it's a 1v2, Notaneki is currently just trying to play this timer and get safely inside of the B-bomb site. While BC Game, they have actually some great positions out here. If Nexa just holds up in towards apartments, even if Notaneki goes towards B, they still win. Excuse me, I still think they win this round. It was Fenomen down middle though. Those are some insane quick 2 shots to be firing off, and then the fact that Prime Taps finds the player down in towards underpass while he was getting pushed in from island as well.
Yeah, that was insane. That was a very insane kill, and so important as well in the grand scheme of the round. Notaneki making his way up catwalk. Nex is in a really good position in apartments right now. Be tough for Notaneki to deal with him once he commits to the plant. Expect him to come through from here. Jacob is still a while away though, so if Notaneki can plant the bomb and they get the kill on Nexa, that gives him a very good chance all of a sudden. He's got full health and the molly.
Question is, Nexa hears the tap go down on the bomb. It's gonna get planted. Does he full W to try to defend him? Oh, no, he doesn't. Okay.
Oh, wow, he's actually mollied apps. That's insane.
Oh, he's
Nexa's
going! He's
supposed
going!
to also-
Nexa! He's running!
Now he's got to stay alive. Now he has to stay alive to buy time for Jacob. That's what it's about. Well, Jacob's on the scene. Notaneki swung Jacob. He's gotten that frag. Nexa has crossed to empty pillar though, and that'll catch Notaneki off guard. So smart from Nexa.
I'm so surprised Notaneki doesn't hear Nexa move towards the back of the bomb site, but at the same time, I don't know if it was shifting, I don't know if he was full running, but that MP9 gives you a lot of mobility, and the fact that Nexa just has the quick thinking, these calls to just go straight into it, right? Defend against the Molotov, throw down the smoke, and just run down in towards the bomb site, that is confidence out of Nexa that ultimately manages to win BC game the round, because if he wasn't towards the back of the bomb site in that 2v1, I think Notaneki could have gone away with it. He finds a great shot onto the kitchen player out here and just leaves us in this 1v1.
Yeah, that's an insane round there coming through from BC Gamers, especially like you say, Fenneman felt like he had some great impact, but Prime taps as well with that vital kill, and now it's about just making sure they don't drop the ball against the eco. They've won the all-important arm wrestle, right? That skirmish back and forth at the start of the half. And now they can ascend.
Okay. Well, it's still 3-1. Should turn 4 out here for BC Games. So far, it's looking just like Dust 2. With that second half instead of the first. Glowing. Oh! Nice shots on the dig.
Happening again.
Didn't even spam it. It was 1 and 2.
Is it about to happen again, Atro?
No one jinxed it yet. Don't say it. We don't know. However, Adiga with the LDLC stickers are always going to make me think back to Happy, so Glowing. If you've got that inner Happy in you, if you feel happy right now, better show it. Better show it in this
and
round.
you know it, get some one taps. If you're happy and you know it, get some one digs. Let's see. Listen, Prime Taps is flanking through lowers right now, so he's in a good position. Nexa has to get at least a kill. That's non-negotiable. Cypher's going to be a while before he's able to rotate through. Good angle here from Nexa, just tucked in behind the broken wall, not wanting to offer up anything. He does take the fight in his turns. Snappy shots for the first two, trying to clean up the job here as well, and he will. Nexa locking it down. How good has he been lately? And another important round coming through from the captain.
You were talking about 1 kill. Nexa was already thinking about how he can take this entire round. I guess that's the difference in mentality when it comes to us and the players, right? There you go. It is going to be Nexa completely shutting that one down. It was an eco round after all. The fact that Glowing gets 2 out here is still really, really good. They would have loved to have had the 3rd, but it just doesn't go that way. Nexa being very, very snappy on that crosser. But 4-1. It feels like now we're getting to see some real bounce back coming through from Cybershock. This is the one round where they can pull it off in, but Notaneki already big damage taken, and Cypher still wants to go for more. He's taking these fights in towards short, but that's the difference. He doesn't re-peak. 2 HP remaining for Notaneki, and Cypher's just gonna hold the line now.
Cybershock loses this round, they could be in a spot to bother. You've already spoken about how Mirage can get away from you quite quickly. 5-1 would be the scoreline, and a bomb plunk would be 6-1. Time taps peering above the smoke grenade, gets the advantage on Fenderman, who kind of crouches into the angle. And you got Jacob in connector as well, and the footsteps are heard from Levikas of Prime Taps falling back, so he thinks there's space to be taken, but absolutely not. Jacob lies in wait. Gets a frag back. I told you, watch this man in connector throughout the half. He's a force to be reckoned with, the way he pivots back and forth between middle and A. Another kill onto Glowing, and it's just 2 players left alive for Cybershock in this all-important gun round.
Yeah. I wouldn't even mind seeing Notaneki and Blixie save here. I mean, with the util that they have, with the opportunities that they have in this round, that's kind of the play. 5v2. And yeah, Jacob's looking like a scary player, man, but you never expect the captain to pull through with this sort of performance. We know what Nex is capable of. And we got to see him do it up against Astralis, up against Big as well. And now he's keeping it up. That's the most important part. If he's staying consistent here, the rest of his team do know that they have an IGL who can also frag out. They've got that 5th player on the board. Because usually a lot of top IGLs, they focus on down to that strategy game. They focus on down to the macro level. And on their individual, they just let those star riflers and star players kind of take the show. But if you have an IGL that can also be there with you on the leaderboard consistently, it feels like you've got that 5th rifler, right? That can definitely make the difference, because we know how impactful and how important a single player can be in CS.
Yeah.
So
it comes down to how comfortable you are as an IGL as well, and how well versed you are in the role, and how much your team know your systems. Because the more attention you have to pay to your minimap and to what your teammates are saying, and micromanage players as well, the less you're able to focus on your own game and your own crosshair. I feel like Nexa and the team have got a very good understanding of each other already, which certainly does enable him to perform at a higher level. Cypher will be in trouble. Molly's actually going to be well placed. Blixie just goes straight through it though. He'll be able to find a kill as a result. He's just charging forward. He spots the head out. He commits to the kill. He's fragged Nexa. This is the B-bomb's like completely open and a man advantage to the T side.
much better for Blixie, right? Just opens up, presses W, and finds himself over with that Galil to take down 2. Now, a 3v2 retake. Knock in from Kitchen is not going to push forwards. This is going to be a safe call already being made by BC Game. With the amount of cash they have, I don't know how I feel about this. It's not bad, because from their positions, it's really tough to retake, and they would rather have 3 guns going into the next round. But a 5-2 now, Cybershock. They still got a long way forwards. They still got a long way to go, but it is one way to go around about it. So, away from this round, it looks like faster plays, faster rounds are kind of the play out here for Cybershock. Do you think they'll continue like this?
I'm not sure. I guess they do have to kind of stick to what's been working for them, but I don't think that's a very reliable round. You know, BC Game were trying something out of the ordinary there with Cypher pushing through apartments. Kind of, you know, it is a big gamble and one that didn't pay off. So I don't expect we'll see him trying to go for something similar again. You know, Cybershock will have to work harder than that to get their opening kills, I suppose.
Well, here and now, we know on Dust 2, a bit of a problem for Cybershock was that timing on the CT side. We're always running out of it, always forced to save. Now, T-side Mirage, maybe. It is going to be Cybershock trying to get in there and find themselves on the winning path to victory, like BC Game did on the T side of Dust 2. Round number 8.
Like I said, Cybershock are going to have to work harder to find opening kills. BC Game not offering up anything here. Nork with the Zorp is on the wrong side of the map. It looks like the action's going to be going down over towards A here. How far does Nork go searching? That is an important question. You got Blixie who's in apartments right now. But this A split starts to actually take some shape.
If Blixie gets found here, though, do they know he's just a lurker, or will they think it's actually going to be the full peak? Oh, Knock whiffs the shot. That's bad. Cybershock are going to be getting in there now, and they're going to be making a little bit of noise with Blixie, but instead the bomb is spotted. Cypher, good for 2, sees the bomb, denies it, and now can play the 2v2. This was Cypher getting the lineup, and because of that, BC Game have just won the round effectively.
Well, not yet. Not done just yet. You've got the Orb still in play here. 2v2, there's a little bit of time for them to try and recover this. Glowing is low. Yeah, and they've taken so long to actually get in position. It's going to be Jacob who peeks out on a timing there, catching Blixie in transition. Shot narrowly misses, and that will indeed be the end of the round. Oh, what a great play coming through from Cypher. The double kill, and the players coming out of Palace dropping the bomb as well, because it was looking so ugly everywhere else on the map for BC Game. You know, Nexa and Nork both dying on the B bomb site, but thankfully the bomb had already been committed and dropped, so BC Game get themselves back to winning ways.
That's unfortunate for Cybershock more than anything else, right? Because again, Blixie's not really fully expecting to be able to win out this duel. Here's the shot miss, and he just goes for it. Then calls in, and I think Blixie's call there to kind of make everyone start pushing was what didn't really lose Cybershock the round, but forced them into a bad scenario where you're taking a lot of skirmishes and you're trying to fight out with your individuals. And sure, 4v5, you're more likely to be winning them, but it's not a guarantee. And with how well BC Game have been playing individually, that's a scary choice to make, right? The fact that you just want to take those skirmishes, take those fights, it's something in the moment that just happened that perhaps wasn't well thought out enough. Blixie could have just played slowly in towards the B-bomb site and try to call out for a rotate in through T-spawn while he was holding things down. But either way, we're just speaking on what ifs, because right now the round already passed anyways. BC Game still the favorites with 6 on the board now. It's 6-2. As we move in further into this first half, Phenomen does have the op again.
And if they lose this round here for Cybershock, then they'll find themselves in a spot to bother. 7-2 could be 8-2. This is Cybershock's map pick as well. Yet to really show us much ever since that first half on Dust 2, actually. I mean, they didn't win a single round in the second half of Dust 2, and they have only managed 2 out of 8 so far. Mirage needs to be better than that. Cypher's committed into lowers. I hate this position.
Ooh,
I really do.
yeah.
I'm not a fan of that at all. It's not going to work out for him. And I mean, that's another opportunity now for Cybershock where they've been gifted an opening kill. I say gifted, I mean, it's not like it was given up on a silver platter, but Cypher's been trying to make some plays on the CT side so far, and they haven't really worked out.
Someone's got to be experimental, right? Especially when you're 6-2 up, why not? So, if this time around,
Definitely
it's
been given the license, that's for sure.
Are we gonna get to see another Nexa masterclass? The Anchorage 101? Let's see it. Icarus fell with the Serbian nickname on it. And hold it down.
He's got such a big job to do right now. Oh, and he doesn't actually land the first shot too cleanly. We'll get at least a fractured catwalk. Nexa has he gotten a second? He does die here. Certainly was always going to lose his life up, but he's left his team in a 3v3. The problem is they're so far away from this B-bomb site right now.
Imagine that was an M4A4. He would have had the 3rd kill as well. Phenomen down to 19 as well. Damn. It was good anchorage. He did play well. Nexa getting away with 2 now makes this round at least a little bit doable, but they have to run in. Jacob has got the lineup, clears out kitchen, no one here.
Nah,
Time ticking away still. You gotta get in there.
Exit kills. Nah, it's exit kills. They're looking for exits. They've already accepted their fate here. Trying to inflict maximum damage onto the T side. And, well, Jacob has done quite a lot, but unfortunately he's also given them an avenue of entry to get out of this B-bomb site. They'll get far away enough from the bomb itself. Everyone except Venom, unfortunately, so at least an extra casualty, but that's a 3rd on the board here for the T side. And look at the money for the CPs. It's pretty bleak.
It is. 6-3 though. Okay, BC Game. We haven't seen them stack up a bomb site yet. Don't think we're gonna get to see it here. On Mirage, that doesn't usually happen though. Only in dire situations, and right now BC Game are nothing close to dire.
Yeah, they're still in control as things stand. Another big round here. 10th round of the map. Cybershock, are they going to be warming up here as this game goes on? Middle control going to be found once again. There certainly has been a theme for Cybershock so far. They've been pretty good at getting this control. And Jacob, oh, can he get out of dodge? Can he? Oh, only just rounding the corner with his life intact. He's fortunate.
Oh, does manage to find the first this time. No more missed shots in towards apartments.
How wide was that swing, man? Goodness gracious.
Yeah. Gotta Ferrari pick him sometimes. Keep them on their toes. Prime taps. Ah, very nice angle. Cypher was right there with him. He gets spotted out first, so D1S cleans up. Timing though. Onto Jacob. Heard something in towards connector. Had to look. Cypher now playing the retake. Now playing the push actually. Oh, and it's Cypher on these taps, isn't it? It's Cypher with the AK trying to find it, but Phenomen connects still. And another 2v2. This time though, Cybershock might actually be able to plant that bomb away. 8 HP onto Lavicus though is scary. Nexa still alive, and it is knocked to take him down. 1v2 now. Phenomen, do or die.
Oh, I'm surprised that the player in CT's gone searching as far as he has there. Nice shot from Nork. Venom will be able to make his way back into ramp. Cybershock, I mean, this round's been back and forth. I thought they were out of contention there. Cypher had a chance to put the round away, but wasn't able to connect on the shots. And, well, there's no kits in play up for the CT side. They're taking so long to try and figure out where Venom is. There's going to be a smoke on the bomb now. Nork, what a shot on the drive-by. And there's just enough time for the 10-second defuse to come through. Oh, man, I thought Cypher was completely overcommitting to the gunfights there at ramp. He had already found a nice kill, but it all works out in the end as BC Game get themselves up to 7.
Again, and usually he would be overcommitting there, right? But he just hits some very nasty headshots, some very nasty taps, and still every single individual out of BC Game is looking scary. There's not a single dude on this team right now who isn't connecting headshots, who isn't connecting sprays, who isn't an absolute menace in a 1v1, in a 1v2 even. The fact that I even have the confidence to look at next solo anchor the B bomb side and say, yeah, that should be fine, right? It just tells you the fact that CyberShock are fighting some really tough opponents that they have to pull through, not even their A game, their S game.
Yeah,
Here
S
to be
tier
able to beat.
necessary. Jacob, well, he's been smoked out of the bomb site right now. That means that Prime Tap's kind of been left to his own devices. Jacob's going to try and play around said smoke grenades though. Does find a kill, but he's not going to be expecting not to make these stairs. So at least there's one kill back for the Tech-9. Problem is, bodies lit to the floor. Most of them belong to the T side. Not Taneki and Blixie will at least combine to take down Cypher. The bomb is towards ramp right now, so it'll still be really tough to try and find a way back in. And there we go, shut out entirely. BC Game up to 8.
Up to 8, and then it's just one more round. The first half passes by really quickly. I mean, the entire game here with BC is passing by really quickly. It feels like they're just nipping these rounds in the bud before they can really even start. Because it's CyberShock taking so long to try to set up. They go in for one big explosive round, and then it's just like a wild multi-frag coming through from Knock, from Cypher, to just end it. So let's see if this happens now on the last round of the first half here. Hayes, it is a bye coming through from the T side. Not a horrible one, not the best either.
And one they have to win though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they go down 9-3, I just don't really fancy their chances going into the second half. 8-4 is even going to be a stretch to try and make that work. Going to be a fake over towards the A-bomb side. Blixie doubling down on the smoke grenades. One on stairs. One top connector. An orthodox arrangement. And Notaneki just runs headfirst out of Palace. That's going to cost him his life. But this is all to try and draw attention away from B, which it has done for now.
That is going to be the first. And still, Jacob finds another knock onto the bomb side. Does he get checked? Yes, he does, but a little bit too late. Walks into the scope, and it's Blixie last man standing. 1v4, and he still taps away. Good for one more. And with 50 seconds left, he can segregate these fights, but BC Game are never going to allow him to get away with that round. It's 9-3, and another amazing CT side out of BC Game puts them up on the advantage on 6 rounds above CyberShock.
Here's what I'm wondering. Where's Fenneman going? He's on the B bomb side. He's not even planting the bomb. He's trying to just run in towards market there. That felt like a bit of a questionable play. Here, this one right here. Runs into the scope. He didn't know Nork was there for a fact, but gives up a free plant. Not that money means much, I guess, at this point, but either way. 9-3. What a dominant display coming through from BC Game in complete control here on their opponent's map pick. They're 4 rounds away from winning the series 2-0.
Okay. Tag pawns coming through from CyberShock. I mean, the timing of it is good. I just wish it did a little bit more for the CIS squad, because right now we have to talk about BC Games so much on and on, even though the individuals of CyberShock are usually the ones we get to have this sort of, not infatuation, but this sort of attention towards, right? Because Lovicus, Fenneman, Blixie, Notaneki, all of these guys are hitting the same shots that BC Game are currently hitting, right? They are the ones just rushing on into the enemies and managing to find all those headshots into towards CCT. But BC Game coming through and showing that momentum, that the run of form that they're currently having cannot just be beat with sheer mechanical skill alone. You need something more, because right now you don't really have the chance of trying to take BC Game down on an aim duel.
Yeah, it's certainly a difficult department to try and go up against them on, or in, should I say. They are in some incredible individual form. Let's see if they can finish off the job. If they win the pistol round, I'd say the map's as good as done, and with that, the series as well. And it's going to be a push into the, say, bomb site. Not Taneki, at least able to take down Prime Tap, but Levikas, did he just leap into middle? That's going to cost him his life. Jacob's doubled down, but it's still only an even numbers game. 3v3, bomb dropped on the cross, and it's advantage Cybershock.
Yeah, Lavicus has been having some questionable decisions made already, but it is going to be Knock. Managing to win that duel up against Blixie. He's got a P250, finally falls. Jacob left in a 1v2, and the bomb's dropped on the A-bomb site. Okay. Is the Norwegian versus Glowing and Notineki, the young and the bold versus the fierce out here. Jacob, block in hand, long range, spots the player in towards headshot, finds a tap onto him, never checks Ninja right. Does manage to win his duel out and has heard Glowing move towards the bomb side. Shirley seen him too. There it is, but it's the USP to win it out. And a pistol round taken here by Cybershock. Thankfully for them, will be putting themselves back up on the board here and a chance at revival.
Oh, much needed pistol round. That got shaky. That got scary though for a moment. Jacob going the entire way around the world, gets the first frag, and is even able to locate that second player, but an instant one-tap coming through destroys Jacob and any chance there for BC game. 9-4. Look at this from Jacob. This is where it gets scary, but thankfully it was locked down in the end. No bomb plant means no money being spent here for the T side.
Just the lone deagle onto Jacob and that's it, yeah. Should be pretty straightforward. I'm just wondering what's been happening in the comms out here for Cybershock. I feel like it's just one of those days where it feels more like a pug than an actual tournament game for these guys.
I think it's really tough when you're playing against BC game and they're just kind of like running you over, right?
100%. But a lot of it relies on your mentality as well, right? You can't get run over and still try to make every round close, or you can try to take out a lot of duels, a lot of skirmishes, push through fights, press W, not really caring about what happens, and finding yourself 6 rounds down at the half.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Cybershock had an okay display on their T side. I think they got in some good positions. They just got out wrestled when it mattered the most, out firepowered. Gonna be a gun round coming through here. Stake haven't completely closed the door on Cybershock, but certainly some favorable odds here for this T side. AKs across the board, utility as well, and they're gonna have some emphasis in towards middle here. There is a sniper smoke in play. Gets cleared up by a nade, effectively a double peek on Jacob, so the fact that he gets a kill is pretty good.
It is. He had the crosshair on Lobicus, yet he repositions, looks towards the second, takes out Phenomen. Now Notineki should have a free frag here the moment the smoke blows away, but the timing is everything. Looking down towards ramp, there needs to be a second push coming there from Cypher to trade him out. As Nexa holds down into ladder side, it is going to be Nexa winning out against Glowing. And Prime Tap still alive somehow out here. Cypher is going to fall. Notineki alive and kicking, but not for a long time. Ramp control taken. BC game with a man advantage and then some. As Lavicus is the last man standing, we know he's not been having a good run of it, but he's got to try to hold this round down. 3v1 in from CT. Op is there and he's making noise. Probably heard from the Palace player as well. Faking the fade away, faking the back away. Flash, a peek, and a kill. Well played, Prime Tap. Well played, BC game up to their double digits.
And that's a disaster here for Cybershock after winning the pistol to lose against the first gun round. Is
just managing to out-aim them, out-duel.
Yeah.
He said does connect. But it's 3v3.
Have we ever seen Nexa in such a good individual level? I mean, when last did we see it? Because it feels like it's been ages since I've honestly seen Nexa hitting this hard, this consistently. Not just talking about this series, but in the Dallas qualifiers and even at some of the other series, he's just fragging like a madman at the moment. However, Still a chance here for Cybershock. 2v2, no kit, but there is util. Him and surely an upgrade available for him. Yeah, he's got an AK. Nork is low. Both the remaining players for BC Game are in towards CT spawn, and I wonder if Cybershock actually have a read on this. It seems like they are, just dumping all their util in this direction. Smoke is going to be on the bomb as well. Really have to be the full 10 second stick, though. Highly unlikely. The fuse has been tapped, not being stuck, and now BC Game will panic. They're panicking that Levikas is sticking it, which is obviously not the case. And BC Game will make it 11-5.
Oh, there you go. Lavicus.
He still dies.
He still dies, but he does get those kills. He forces them out. And I would say, you know, if it wasn't 11 on the board for BC Game and it was like 7 or 8, that would still be an okay outcome, but it's not.
Yeah, true. Contextually, it's just not enough, right?
Yeah. I think last time we got to see Nexa, by the way, playing this good was alongside G2 with the Nico Monacy Hunter roster with Stewie.
I don't even
know.
Dallas. I don't even know if he was. I don't even know if he really
IEM
was.
Dallas 2024, back when Stewie was having his wonder run with G2,
Yeah.
up until Vitality, they were playing really damn good.
Yeah, but was Nexa playing at the same sort of level? I think that's
I'm not-
where, you know, there were those rounds in Inferno and Pit where he was like standing in mollies and he was not
Yeah,
so
true.
comfortable. He was like filling a lot of roles for the team that he wasn't so comfortable in. I don't think we've seen Nexa looking this comfortable in the server for a while. I don't even know if you ever played in
That's
G2 at this level. It's my opinion, by the way. I'm not saying this is fact. And,
No.
exactly.
I
Yeah, it is
understand
just,
completely.
just my take on things.
And your take makes a lot of sense, because I fill in a lot of roles, and he was usually towards the bottom of that leaderboard. I was curious mostly about his performance back in OG, when there was that little break, right, between the G2 iterations.
There it was like a
feels kinda the same.
0.99 rating for him in his time in OG.
Yeah.
Compared to now, 1.15 over the past 3 months. Obviously, it's not the biggest sample size, but he's got a new lease on life as far as his individual level is looking. Either way, just good to see him playing as well as he is and having some fantastic calls as well. Not like he's compromised his integrity as an IGL and his commitment to the role by focusing more on his own individual game, but he is still setting himself up more. He's taking on more of the limelight, and he's good to see. Good to see. Either way, 12-5. The glazing session is over. We can close the curtains on that one. But
Okay.
7 map and series points here for BC Game.
Ooh,
Oh,
nice one to start,
wow.
though. Lavicus manages to win it out without taking any damage. Nock can always trade it back, though, so be careful, be wary. Glowing. Oh, what a power play. What a power position. Sees one, plays it a little bit slow, thought he had the trigger discipline, and instead he gets traded out 1-for-1, still a 3-on-3, and towards the back of the side, Lavicus wants to stay alive. Mac 10 out of prime tabs, runs him down, and with the last bullet, the Mac 10 connects. 2v3, Nock checking into Kitchen, 35 seconds, they can take their sweet time, as Notineki's gonna push through. It's the end of this map, it's the end of the best of 3. BC Game ended as soon as they started it. And what a performance out here into this BO3 to have their debut out here into the CCT with this roster, with this game. BC Game are looking scary.
Well, apparently no hangover off the back of their qualification for IEM Dallas. It's just back to business as usual here in the CCT Series 18 Swiss stage. Able to clean up a Cybershock who are no pushovers. They've been playing some good Counter-Strike and they're generally dark horses in our Swiss stage. And what it means as a result, they'll now go down 0-2 as BC Game win 2-0 here in the series. I mean, barely ever breaking a sweat. I mean, maybe in the first half of Dust 2 where it goes 6-all, looked a little bit closely contested, but outside of that, BC Game dominates.
And they managed to show it off in a 5-man firepower win streak. It was beautiful. They all killed it, and now they managed to win it out as well. So, with that being said, Hayes, we are off to a fast start to the morning. We're going to have an hour break, and after that, it's Sashi versus Copenhagen Wolves out here for the remainder of the day, for us at the very least, as there are going to be 2 more games away from that one too. Sinners, Ecstatic going up against Chimera, and the lads on over out here at Alaska too. So that's going to be fun. Going to be some best of 3s, but we will be having that break. And we'll be having a bit of a more extended pre-show, probably, to be talking about Sashi and Copenhagen Wolves when we get there. But until then, quick break, and we'll be back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back on into the CCT here. Second best of 3 of the day, and it's still us two on the mic out here. You haven't gotten rid of us just yet. Hayes, we're about to take a look on down to Sashi and Copenhagen Wolves, buddy. How are we feeling?
Yeah, looking forward to this game. I mean, again, another 0-1 matchup here. Two teams not getting off to a favorable start in their opening round, so there's a lot of pressure if you lose this game in particular. I mean, Sashi come into this as the favorites, but they've been in some really rough form lately.
Yeah.
Barely even buy a win, so I think this one's pretty open-ended, especially with Copenhagen Wolves having shown the form they have as of late as well. This could go either way.
It could go either way. If we take a look on down to statistics as well, you see Sashi losing to 0s to 1s time and time again. But the one team that they did manage to beat, interestingly enough, was OG, right? So then you look onto the other side and you say, okay, Copenhagen Wolves have lost against 9, but they've beaten Chimera, they've beaten Iberian Soul, they've beaten Alaska. So they haven't had the easiest of matchups either. But definitely I would say that Sashi have had tougher opposition when it came down to their best of 3s. So I still would chuck this up to be in the air even more so. Not necessarily saying that Sashi are jumping into this one like not feeling good at all. They've still taken a map off of Rush B. They're still taking a map off of Forze. It's just, you know.
That's Forze Reload, though, mate. That's their academy team. I mean, I think I know like 1 or 2 players in that academy team from Forza Reload. So that's my concern. That's the glaring result for me. Losing that series in particular doesn't inspire much confidence in Sashi. But we'll have to see. It's the Bulls against the Wolves. That's what we have here in this matchup.
We do have a bit of a pit fight out here between them. It is going to be down to the Gladiators Arena, down to the Coliseum between these two teams, and it's the Danes versus the Internationals going head to head here.
I'm a Wolf man. What about you, Atro?
Okay, I'm a bull
man?
dude. I love bulls.
You're a bull dude?
Yeah, this
All
works
right,
out perfect.
fair enough. Love that. All right, well, let's get into some rosters and we can have a look at the players that are going to be featuring in today's particular matchup. Guess we start with Sashi, generally the favorites who show first. And I mean, you look at the name value, this team has got a lot to get excited about. I mean, the recent addition of Zyphon in place of Quez, I think the concern there is I don't think it's a like-for-like swap. I don't think Zyphon has been used to just playing straight-up anchor roles like you got out of Quez. Quez's numbers did certainly drop off towards the end of last year, though, so it is kind of understandable as to why Sashi chose to go in a different direction. Ultex hasn't been in great form lately either. Maybe I'm cherry-picking some results, but I think we could certainly see some better performances from him. Lucky is still quite stable, but where's our star rifler here? I think that has to be Zyphon.
It has to be Zyphon, and it's so tough for Zyphon because just looking at his experience, looking at the breakdown of the teams he's been in, he's had to have so many changes, right? From Sprout to Copenhagen Wolves to Heroic to Sprout again. Even on the TSM roster, right, he had to swap his roles around. He wasn't really allowed to play what he wanted to play. And I think that's the case out here for Sashi again. So it's been unfortunate. He's had to be very versatile as a player. And he is a guy that can shoot. He is a guy that wants to be able to actually put on that firepower and put on that show. But if he's having to undergo all of these changes all the time, then he's not really allowed to hone in on his craft, you know? So he's got to be that versatile player. And then if you look at him to be the star rifler as well, you're kind of asking too much out of a single player, right? For me, it has to be Ultex here, the guy that actually managed to find most of the frags for the team. And again, I don't think you were cherry picking. He hasn't been having the same performances as he was maybe in 2024. So right now, the caveat for me is that the best player on the team right now, the biggest name value at stake, is actually Hunden on the coach role. Like,
yeah, fair.
So he's got to pull through something big time out here, Hunden, because otherwise, he made some great heroic teams. Now he's gonna make something out of this one.
Yeah, he's always been very good at developing talent, so I'm keen to see him actually working with Zyphon as well, see how he can help him continue to develop as a player and get Ultex back to the level we know he's capable of. Let's flip things over, have a look at Copenhagen Wolves. We've fallen behind the quota here a little bit now. This Copenhagen Wolves played with so many different players last year. I think it was like in excess of 15 official different players in terms of their HLTV roster. But this is actually by far and wide the best team that they have settled down with, man. I'm excited for this Copenhagen Wolves roster. Shane is popping off. He's looking really good. They've got Andu, who's an explosive rifler. Bielani is super reliable. Tapeware, the IGL. And then Yukinho, the stable AWPer. I'm really liking this composition that Copenhagen Wolves are working with right now. I'm glad Yukinho hasn't kept up with the IGL role like we saw with him from his end of his Metasport tenure. I'm glad Tapeware is keeping that up. He's a very solid IGL. But then you've got a group of 4 players, and it's just like, I'm just looking at Jaquinho and thinking, give me 10 or 15% more, and then we're really cooking with gas in this team.
I don't know. What I've seen out of Jaquinho is really good, and we'll be talking about Copenhagen Wolves a bit more as we move into the map veto here. Tapeware is a very specific IGL. I feel like he has a certain way of IGLing that you don't get to see out of a lot of teams because he's had to work with so many players. He's had to develop this sort of IGLing style of not necessarily focusing down on roles, but focusing down more on the map pressure. It's how he... I don't think this guy micromanages at all. I think he just has a straight idea from the beginning of the game, and he just tells his teammates where to kind of be at and where to hit the bomb sites, but nothing more than that. It's a very loose style of IGLing that has been working out so far out here for Copenhagen Wolves, but it does have its flaws as well, right? In those very high tenure situations, those very high impact situations, he can't really guide them towards a specific strat, and you just get to see Copenhagen Wolves kind of be all over the place at some points. Because of their individuals and because they are so good, they can't figure out the individuals. But, you know, that's just how I've analyzed Tapeware along the years. But Dust 2, Nuke, and Mirage is what's going to be seen out here in the best of 3. Question is, though, right, it starts off with Dust 2. It's not a bad map at all for the Wolves. That's why they pick into it. It's a bit of a punish pick going through for Sashi. I'm surprised they don't ban it away. Nuke up next, again another punish pick, this time in favor of Sashi, and then a 50-50 basically when it comes down to Mirage. I was gonna ask though, Hayes, do you think we're getting to Mirage? Do you think we're getting to the 3rd?
Yeah, I do. I mean, we just have barely seen Sashi at all on Dust 2. It was actually their permaban. They've decided to now change it around to Anubis, I guess, which is quite surprising because they used to be a very solid Anubis team, but I guess the map's just fallen out of favor. So I think that there could be a good chance we see Copenhagen Wolves winning on Dust 2, and then Sashi have been very reliable and consistent on Nuke. Even with their sort of dip-off in form lately, Nuke has still been a pretty staple factor for them, so I'd imagine they should get the job done on Nuke. And I think, yeah, we'll see Mirage as that decider. That's my expectation.
Okay. I will again play devil's advocate because we always do this, and I will say it's 2-0, and actually for Copenhagen Wolves, because it's starting off on Dust 2. It's a punish pick going down for Sashi. If things don't start off right, that Nuke isn't that bad for Copenhagen Wolves either. You know, it's a 36% win rate in 14 maps played. They've played more than Sashi have, actually. So, I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. I just threw something out there. Even though I said I was with the Bulls, I am gonna say that the Wolves might take it, you know? So, we can jump into Dust 2 and figure it out.
Well, we will see. I know you're kind of chopping and changing. That's okay. Welcome to the Wolf side of the equation. It's a good place to be. Good to have you. As we are into the first map of the series. We're matching the... He opened up the previous series with as well. Dust 2 into Mirage. Let's see what this one will have in store for us.
This one with a little cheeky radioactivity in the middle. Oh my god, that is a nasty way to start. Zyphon through the full flash, finds Jaquinho out there immediately, looks for the second and finds him as well. We were talking about this guy, and this isn't... You can't really find a better way to start off a game than this. 2K already found, headshots delivered, and into the B-bomb site they should have gone. The Wolves, however, they don't have control over the bomb. It had to get picked up, and it is going to be Tapeware now trying to get in there. They went for a standard default. They lost a couple of heads down middle. Doesn't mean the round is lost. Zyphon wants to look for more. And if this guy starts things off with an ace on the pistol, I will be impressed. But no, he does not. Bielani trades him out. Still a great start up here for Sashi. However, the 4-on-3 incoming. Copenhagen Wolves still do have chances to get this bomb down to a site.
Yeah, I think Zyphon just bites off more than he can chew there. I think he's just continued to maintain a position unnecessarily.
Even if that's the case right now, he still found a lot of information and 2 frags. Sashi are just bunkering down on the bomb sites. And I'm very surprised right now that Lucky doesn't push up further. Just leaves Cabby and Ultex here to hold, and it's more than enough. Cabby finds 2, and the 3rd as well. It's headshots galore into the first pistol round. And it is going to be Sashi taking that one away.
Yeah, very good work coming through from them. Always was supposed to be their pistol round based off the start here from Zyphon. Some nice clean taps coming through from him. This is where I think he kind of just overstays his welcome unnecessarily, but doesn't prove to be any issue at all as Cabby mows down the remaining players. And that will be Sashi to open up their account first.
Okay. Truth be told, I didn't check which map Sashi did play onto this Dust 2v4. It was against Fireflux, a 13-7 out there for Fireflux. So that was a month ago almost. Half a month ago. Haven't been here since.
Yeah, and that's why I'm thinking it's a change up in the veto process coming through for Sashi. They've been straying away from Dust 2 generally. Hero scout here for Yukinio. Not a massive fan. I guess it's somewhat okay because you can just scout in the gun round afterwards, but I just never really see this hero scout turn out much much value really.
Much impact. Yeah, it doesn't really have it. Neither this time. They all just fall. Cabby picks up the pace in mid. Zyphon already had that 2k. Everyone's being really consistent. They're playing to their roles. You get to see Lucky always push up in towards long, make up the space. Iceberg then rotates with him. Zyphon keeps clearing out middle into lower tunnels. And Ultix and Cabby just holding up into the B side. Sashi, so far, solid game plan. However, that was only against pistols. Now comes in a real round. Now comes in the AKs, Galils, and another scout in Jaquinho. With attack pause off the bat here from the Wolves.
Yeah, I guess they just want to make absolutely sure that they're all on the same page now going into this first gun round here. Good work from Siphon. He certainly started off with a bang here.
Yeah. And he needed to, right? We were questioning the firepower here for Sashi. If he keeps this up alongside Cabby, they'll be just fine. They don't even need Ultix to pinch up.
Yeah, you do have a group of very strong players across the board here for Sashi. Even Iceberg pops off on his day. First gun round. Let's see what the attack pause was about. What have they discussed here on the Copenhagen Wolves side of things?
Let's see. Flash is going down long. It is going to be up to the first peak. And it looks like Iceberg getting spotted. 2 taps away from Andu. This is why he's such a good rifler as well. Always calm. Always keeps his steady hold over that crosshair. And doesn't just burst out into a spam a lot of the time. It's not into a spray. Smoke over. But Lucky trades him out. Andu out of the fight. And a 4v4 incoming with the Wolves having a flanker, having someone to deal with, and Cabby still moves in towards Car before he actually searches for the second player. Gets out with tapeware as well. Realized there was a scout inside of the pit, and there wasn't a lot he could do to him. So instead he goes for the second 2 out in towards long. That's some great risk management there from Cabby.
Yeah, that is a brilliant individual play coming through from him, but the job's not done here in the round. A 2 versus 2. Damage is being done. Lucky's been able to at least pivot in towards the box here. Tucked himself in the corner. Yukinio will go back to recover the bomb. He has an incendiary here as well. And Lucky will just bide his time. Wait for his opportunity. Swings on a timing and he's able to take Bialani down. Leaves it all on Yukinio to try save the day. 1v2. A little bit of time to play with here. Incendiary will flush Lucky out. Can't connect on the shots just yet though, so Lucky's been able to get out of dodge. He's trying to combine with Ultix so that when Yukinio swings, he exposes himself to 2 players at the same time, and inadvertently puts himself into a double peek. But I really want to highlight how smart that is from Cabby, because he knows Yukinio is going to play by the book, and the book says, wait for your teammate to come back and help you out. That's why he's just left the player in pits, and he's swinging long, gets that first frag, goes back to Yukinio, misses another shot, does Yukinio, and then Cabby can get that second kill as well. That's just a really brilliant approach, great present-mindedness there from Cabby to not get sucked into the fight with Yukinio in pits.
Yeah, that was just great reactions as well, though. Coming through, he was still focused on the pit player. And he gets a bullet through, he sees it, turns around, connects. Still, good idea, good presence of mind indeed. Manages to win that round out. 3-0. Out here, Sashi are off to a good run. It is going to be the Tech-9s and the Eagles now trying to move up through mid. And Jaquinho is really trying to play that scout today. We've seen it already, 3 rounds out of 4. I'm pretty sure we're going to see it even more.
Yeah, I guess he gets $3,400 going into the next round, which is enough for an AWP and armor. So it's fair enough, because he needs that AWP coming into the following round. That's non-negotiable.
Were they seen moving up through short out here? It was Zyphon to hold.
I think so.
Doesn't look like it. Early smoking towards short there, and Lucky, yeah, he is trying to play the ramp. Good timing on the incendiary, forces them in. Here comes the flash. How many can he get out with? Gonna be looking for the first. Finds it. Dinked on over though. 25 HP. Calls in for reinforcements. Cabby takes down another, and now the Tech 9s and the Eagles are going to fall. Last man standing is the Scout, and looks like that's not going to be for long either. 4-0. Sashi off to a really good start here.
Yeah, wonderful work against the Eco, keeping 4 players alive. Cabby's had a fantastic start to the map. He's 9-1 right now. And this is the round that Copenhagen Wolves have to win, otherwise things could start to get ugly. Keeping in mind, this is the Wolves pick as well. They don't want to let this slip too far away before they start to accumulate some rounds.
However, it might be out of their control. With the way that Sashi have been playing, it's been really safe, and they've just been playing their roles. It's not like the Wolves have done anything spectacular to get into a bomb site or anything. And I don't think this time aggression is the name of the game. I don't think that's what changes it. The Wolves just got to set up a little bit better. Tough timing on the flash. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Still, the Wolves.
No harm,
They're
no
just
foul.
trying to get through mid.
Yeah, that's exactly it right now. Trying to find some positional control. Working their way through tunnels, through catwalk as well. On towards short they go. They're just making sure that Sashi don't have any exact idea of what's going on. Trying to just now smoke off CT and pressuring through tunnels as well into the B bomb site. Feigning that B split. That's what they're trying to get Sashi to think is going on right now, but it's not going to be the case. Looks like actually going to be a late take towards long, but Iceberg has just dropped the smoke.
Yeah. And while he doesn't have any other util to work with, he's put himself up in actually a good spot. I don't think this gets cleared a lot of the time. Being curious out here, might have just killed the cat though. Iceberg, he moves back in. Hasn't heard anything yet, 35 seconds.
Well, fresh smoke, they have to go through this. Got Iceberg waiting on the other side. Lucky's now going to go back to see if he can also maybe affect the round, but Yakinio will actually take down his opposite number. That's a man advantage now for the Wolves, but have a look at the clock.
Yeah, Cabby's trying to hold him down 20 seconds, but they can't get in there. They just have to get through one. The second coming in through CT right now. It's a beautiful flash going on over, but it hits his own teammates. And the second one coming through from CT actually just bought enough time. Now they have to get in there. Now they finally looked at the clock. Cabby turned away though. He looked back. He got scared and he fell. Andu finds them all. And it's the Wolves to finally put their first round on the board.
Oh, he was so concerned someone was going to be coming through middle later on into the round, and that player was just non-existent. He was chasing ghosts. And it is going to be the first round on the board for the T side, like you say.
This from Iceberg, though. He had that hold on down towards long. He could have kept pressing the trigger, and I do think they would have won that round had they found Andu. He was down to very low HP.
Yeah. I also think that Ultex and CT just had to jump back around the corner and try and stay alive because of the time left on the clock. I don't think there was time for a bomb plant there.
Yeah.
He offers up the fight. He goes down. Copenhagen Wolves win the round by virtue of getting all 5 kills.
Oh, okay.
Tag, but no frag to open up here for the Orpha.
Hey, at least something, but the Wolves are trying to make it back towards short again. Lucky... Oh, he was spotted. Yeah, he has to drop, plays into CT. And again, they forfeit the A-bomb site. Right, Nate comes through and they're gonna have to play the retake. And there's that middle Rurik that they were worried about in the previous round. Came through into this one. 1-for-1 onto Zyphon. Low HP onto Bialani, sure. Half onto Andu, and Taper is tagged as well. But it's gotta be this push. It's gotta be this momentum coming through from Sashi that gets them out of CT once and for all. That's the problem. And Iceberg is taking his sweet time as well because he has no information to work with. He's gonna get picked into, and Andu has been looking really damn nice alongside Jaquinho. Everything's connecting, and the Wolves... Well, they just needed their 2-star players to show up here, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, Sashi really needed the player coming through from long to stay alive there, because as soon as he goes down, then the guys coming out of CT have just got no positional control to work with at all. Just lambs to a slaughter as they make their way up the ramp here. Yakinio, Andu combining, finding the 4 frags necessary. And that will break the backbone of Sashi's economy, who will now have to save.
Okay. Well. From a 4-0 turns 4-3.
Oh!
Turns treachery. Yaquinho.
Oh my god.
My what? What?
What?
You do this with the USP, you can't do it with
another
the A1S
as well?
look at the damage, man! He might have just made this round work. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way! It's a USP round with a single deagle, and now everyone's low. Zyphon can clean them all up. This is insanity. Out of Iceberg.
And Cabby's also picked up an AK as well, by the way, and he's closed the door in on the Copenhagen Wolves players. They're locked in towards long. And these USPs, well, they might as well be M4s in this situation.
Oh my god. How? I know how that happened, but it's so unfortunate I don't even want to say it. Because it's Jaquinho losing out that initial shot on his own teammate to lose them the round.
Okay, well, at least Tapeway can tank one shot from the USP, but nothing further. And can Delaney double down? No. These USPs continue to prevail. It's only Tapeway left remaining with 5 health, and Cabby has now joined up with Zyphon on this A-bomb site. Tapeway isn't even remotely aware that they're both here right now. And Cabby's even tucked in the corner. He's tucked in the box. This is such a powerful position. I mean, this should be completely impossible for Tapeway to recover. And there we go. Cabby steps out on the timing. And that will be Sashi winning a full eco in which they only invested $700.
That is insane. This is what starts.
This is how it started.
Unfortunate. It's so
but
unfortunate.
Iceberg even dinked Andu as well, by the way. Then he dinks Tapeway.
He dinked Andu, Tapeware, and Sane was down to low. A single dude, a single man with a USP on a mission.
I honestly can't believe how he inflicted so much damage. He just single-handedly wins the eco round for his team there. And he was just running around like a madman out and long as well.
Yeah. And he was re-peeking and peeking back into that, right? He wasn't just holding a line to say, okay, yeah, sure, it's just the crosshair placement helping him out and just spamming away on an angle. No. He was actively searching for those kills. Okay, that can... Bewilderment. Bewilderment is the word I'm going to be using as we move into round number 8. That's how Sashi get back in the game here. That's how they keep up the advantage. Still an up on Yakinia though. Andu is on the AK as well.
Yeah, problem is if Copenhagen Wolves lose this round, then that's when it starts to get ugly. See if they can figure out a way to get back to winning ways. Utility being exchanged in towards middle, damage being inflicted by Siphon through the smoke. Where do Copenhagen Wolves end up from here?
By the way, Cabby's 13-3. I thought it was
My
Zyphon
God.
getting all these kills. No. Okay. Short control being taken. Cabby's got to hold up in from CT again. I don't like this position. I don't like them holding up into CT. Rather would have seen Cabby try to push up into mid if he wanted to hold there. Because now he gets smoked off. Called in, and Lucky is forced to be the only man to hold here. Out of the smoke, Tapeware is going to go. They're playing at the edge of it. The flash should be coming through. Jaquinho sends out the Molotov first, so now they know about it. Lucky still plays inside of the bomb site, not making his presence seen. Oh, it's so perfect. It's beautiful. Cabby with the flash and Lucky with 4. You couldn't have played it better. You couldn't have executed that better. And it is Sashi to indeed win out this round and put Copenhagen Wolves in a dire situation. Let's see this beauty again.
Man, I can't believe how good that flashbang is coming through from Cabby. Lucky also plays his position to perfection. They molly ramp, but not the site. So Lucky's able to keep himself tucked in behind the box and then swing with the flash. Everybody was blind. I mean, he could just pick them off one by one, mow them down. That's 6-2 and an eco round for the T side.
Damn. It's tough to say. It's really hard criticism, but it might be. The Wolves are going to be looking back on this map, and if they lose it, they're going to be looking back to that team kill, and that's what lost it.
Not only the team kill, I mean, there was more than that as well, but yeah, it certainly was a big problem.
It's how it starts.
Yeah, it is how it all kind of was the catalyst, you're right. Oh, Iceberg, look at the line up there, man. Out in the open, at least Jaquinho will be able to trade, but couldn't get anything more. Lucky will finish off the job, and Sashi are up to 8.
Okay.
7,
Okay.
excuse me.
7.
Getting ahead of myself.
Let's see if you were right or not. I mean, most likely. It's very possible. Okay. For the Wolves, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there's been way too little util into these executions. Like, we see them all the time getting up next to the bomb site, almost to the bomb site, and then there's just no flashes, no smokes, no nades. Sure, there's a Molotov here and there. Sure, there is still one or two, but nothing concrete to be forcing Sashi back, so they're just allowed to play in their own turf.
Copenhagen Wolves have to make this round work. We haven't really seen any direct changes of pace from them. It's more of the same here in terms of how they set themselves up at the start of the round. Stock standard default coming through from them, one that hasn't really yielded the results. Well placed in San Diego, well timed there. Iceberg wants to swing on Andu. Crosshairs perfectly placed. And there's more. There's more where that came from.
There is always gonna be more. Jaquinho also went glass cannon off, by the way, on T side. So, that incendiary, you know, it dealt damage. And he's one bullet away from death now. Zyphon checking on in, finds Sane as well on the other side of the map, and it all just feels like it's been broken apart. The Wolves getting overwhelmed, they're getting taken down. It is Bielani trying, but even a Tech 9 is gonna be enough to find him. 8-2 indeed. You are right. You read ahead of the script, but it still works. Sashi having a brilliant CT side overall.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic time of it right now, and even Yaquinho will get found out. No guns to be carried over. No lives spared. And I guess I was just looking one round into the future when I said Sashi up to 8, because they managed to get there without much of a problem. And look at how dynamic they're being on the CT side, Afro. You can see they've been working on this map. Even though it's been their permaban for a while, they've clearly been grinding in the scrims and in the practice server, and well, their CT side is looking very well versed right now.
And they're individuals, man. It's multi-frag after multi-frag. It's connected shot after the one after the other. The Wolves, even if this is their own map pick, even if they knew what was going on, after all, at the end of the day, this is Dust 2. If you've got good individuals, you're gonna win it. And look at this, right? You get away with frags like that, of course you're gonna win it. Sometimes the simple answer is the correct one, and right now Sashi are just shooting better.
Yeah, they're looking incredibly good on an individual level right now, which I wasn't entirely sure about coming into the series just based on the results alone. It's not like I've been able to watch their games though, so it's always tough to tell just going off of results and stats. You don't really get to see the team in the server themselves. Nice shot there from Yaquinho. That's going to completely open up the save bomb site, you know.
Yeah, gets the bomb down at the very least. Bielani has got the whole CT and long as well. He's got a little work to do. Yaquinho would love to be able to pick up a gun, however, too far away. Flash comes through and a good shutdown. Bielani finds one headshot, looks for the second down long, helped out by the Deagle. Let's see if anything connects. Cabby still biding his time, and that's another one from Jaquinho. Good call to stop to the sidearm. It's Altex, last man standing, spamming away on the AK, finds him, running out of time, running out of bullets, needs to bring something along the line, and he sees the top of the head, he spams, yet he falters, and yet he still finds it. There you have it, Altex, another clutch for the get-go, and another one for Sashi to take. Maybe one they shouldn't have.
Yeah, so brutal there for the T side, because it seemed like that was finally a round they were able to crack open, an unlikely round, but still one they were in a very good position. But Altex, with a very strong 1 versus 2, they're able to isolate the fight, kind of hugging the wall, making sure he doesn't expose himself to the Deagle player on the bomb site. Must be Eleni's first frag. This shot here from Yaquinho was wonderful. Some great 1Ds coming through from him, but that's, as I say, Altex hugging the wall there, doesn't expose himself to Yaquinho, spots out the head, nearly runs out of ammo, but eventually connects on the shot, and Sashi already have 9. Can they get double digits?
Might as well, right? Let's see it. Oh my god. Okay. Cabby up mid. Finds another. It's Zyphon through a smoke. Cabby's still good for 2. Yeah, this is an overwhelming victory for Sashi on the CT side. They're making it look so easy. They're just not even struggling. Even long range on the spray. Altex still connects, and we end off the half here, Hayes, with an 18-6 Cabby, an 11-5 Lucky, and some very impactful rounds from everybody else. The Wolves just being taken down without really too much saying the matter.
Yeah, this is just a complete and utter domination coming through from Sashi, and I love how they even flexed their muscles in the last round of the half here as well. Just steamrolling Copenhagen Wolves, taking the fight to them. 10-2. What a great return here for Sashi on their opponent's map pick. And, well... I mean, is the game over already on Dust 2? If it isn't, winning the personal certainly would ensure that's the case.
I would say so. I mean, we haven't even seen another tactical timeout being called in by the Wolves. And they just lost all their util and their defuse kit. Yeah, that's not a good way to start. 4v5 now. It's body armors only in a single P250 that already found one. Jaquinho saving grace though. He's 11 and 10. He's the one finding most of these frags here for the Wolves. Him alongside Andu now. He's got to pull through big time. Here comes the flash and here comes the kill. Jaquinho still good for 2 at the very least. He manages to trade some out. But in from behind, it's Sane on the dualies. Good for 1 and it's a 2-on-2.
He drops the bomb. He's dinked Zyphon, but Zyphon has dinked him in return. A USP dink trumps the dink from the dualies. Like you say, now Bielani left alone 1 versus 2. Bomb very recoverable. Bielani is also committing to the big flank here.
But why would Shane be re-peeking into that when he had the bomb in front of him? No, he doesn't anymore. Zyphon's still holding. This is maniacal. Have they heard something? Do they know?
No, they don't. They're just worried that he doubled up in this direction after the bomb had been seen. And they are correct. But Bielani is taking a bit more of a passive route right now. I'm surprised he hasn't started to actually commit to the flank. He will now start to move his way forward. And Sashi are going to just turn the burners on and push onto the safe side. No,
yeah, but look, they're almost certain. They're superficially clearing all these angles. They're still checking into long. They knew. They know something. There's no way. Yeah, there it is. Bielani spotted, taken down. Kabi takes him out with a P250 from Lucky. That manages to win out this round. Sashi take pistol, and I'd say this is the end.
Yeah, surely. There's no world in which Copenhagen Wolves are going to be able to come back from an 11-2 deficit, especially not with the Sashi players looking as good as they are right now. I mean, they should be able to trip over the finish line from here. It sounds like a jinx, but genuinely, this is just Sashi dominating and playing some very compelling Counter-Strike. Abby, I think, is like 19 and 6 right now. I mean, he alone should be able to finish off the game from here.
Yeah. Maybe I should have stuck to the balls, shouldn't I?
Yeah, looks like you second-guessing yourself could be a costly one. And they're just going to go into B here, Atro. There's nobody home. They're not even ringing the doorbell, they're just breaking the door down. It's a
force buy as well.
Home. And it is a force buy, you're right.
They realistically, they pull the plug here the moment the bomb goes down.
That would be the textbook thing to do.
Yeah, but 11 and 2 is not really textbook anymore, is it? So, we can try something. This time, the smoke does bloom all the way into the doors, so buys up this timer. And yeah, they're gonna be saving.
Alright, well, they are looking for some extra kills here by the look of things. They gotta be careful that they don't hang around for too long, though. Because even if Sashi find 1 or 2 frags, that would be impactful for them. Copenhagen Wolves, I mean, this is a brave game to play. One that's, I guess, not going to cost them too much. Ultex, if he doesn't get tagged on the cross, should be able to get far away enough from the bomb site. And that will be 12-2. Map point here for Sashi and their opponent's map picking. We've only played 14 rounds.
Yeah, that's wild. True. We're going into the 15th and it might be over here. Last bonus up there for the Wolves, but they might not get to play with it. It's a double scope setup, but it's not the ops, it's the scouts coming through from Jaquinho and Andu. Back in the middle or at the beginning of 2024, the double scout was way more prevalent. We got to see it a lot more, especially on maps like Ancient. Now, it's gonna be brought out into Dust. It's not a bad call, but let's see it with 3 FAMASes.
Yeah, quite an interesting composition of weaponry. 3 FAMASes and 2 scouts. I don't remember the last time I saw this. It's almost always been scouts and MP9s and pistols, but actually a pretty good arsenal if you think about it, because Scouts can find the tags. Those FAMASas become deadly. I mean, the accuracy buff that they've had recently certainly has made them more favorable than what they were before.
Good blocking.
Copenhagen Wolves are very well set up to deal with what's coming their way, by the way. They've got 4 players
Sure.
on the bomb site right now.
Okay, they're well set up, but if they don't connect shots, it might not mean much. There it is. Jaquinho manages to get away with one. At the very least, that's going to be the entry. Looking for the second in towards the pit. He's not trying to take that fight, and yet he has to. 28 HP remaining on Jaquinho. And they're still re-peeking into each other. This is so scary. And yet it still deals damage. Zyphon down to 30. And another shot could have been landed. Cabby finally connects the headshot. And it is going to be an all-out brawl. 3v3, but low HP onto Lucky as well to get to the bomb site. 30 seconds left to push. And Bielani not looking too healthy there either. Is the Galil trying to take him down and does so. 2v2 remaining. 20 seconds. And Oltex is unforgiving. Tapeware, last man standing, sees the one, sees the second, takes him down. Tapeware keeps the Wolves at bay, at least in this game, for one extra round.
Yeah, and it's exactly what they needed. I thought that for a second there I was ready to turn my lights on and jump into the post-map segment, but Tapeware actually does prevail. Great position from him here with the FAMAS, able to find the first trade. Effectively a 1v3 there from Tapeware.
Yep.
I thought the second kill here is where he would have had the trouble. The Cabby's not able to get the trade, so they will live for another day. Question is, how many days thereafter?
Yeah. How many minutes do we still stay into this dust too? Might not be a lot, but could be a couple. Good nade onto Iceberg, forces him out with the incendiary, and Cabby's gonna fall down as well. A little bit more presence being taken out here by the Wolves, and why so little so late, right? It's not a little, but why so late? Where were the tactical timeouts? Where was this kind of conviction down towards that T side to press in that W key? Because look, now it works. Handu finds some good kills. Jaquinho still on that scout, proving worthy.
It's almost that situation of where the game's lost and you don't really have too much expectation. The pressure's kind of off at that point, so you do tend to play a little bit more free-flowing at that point. And look at how much more convincing it looks here for Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah.
12-4, and T-side are going to have to eco, so we'll continue here on Dust 2 for a little bit longer.
12-5. Away from that, let's see it. Well, if USPs could do it with the Deagle. I'm not going to say 12-5 yet.
It's 12-5, right chat? Surely, this has to be 12-5.
Surely. Yeah. We're not trying to jinx anything. We wouldn't do that. We've never done that. Maybe we should have had like a little segment. We should have clipped away all of our jinxes.
That would be amazing. Make like an Atro and Hayes Twitter account, and we could just post all of our jinxes there as an archive.
Yeah, keep stats
That'd
going
be a lot
as
of
well.
content.
It would be. We'll think about it. We still haven't come up with a name for the podcast either.
That's true. That is something that we need to continue to workshop.
Yeah.
Our names are difficult to combine. Atro and Hayes.
Atro and Hayes, yeah.
Well, production are suggesting our podcast name could be Army Out of the Attic. But
Yeah.
I think we can keep it there as a suggestion. I mean, it's not like we've got anything else right now.
We don't have a lot, yeah, going on for us in that regard. We don't. Oh God, where's that out? That is okay. But we'll keep workshopping. We'll keep brainstorming, and once we figure something out, we'll come back to that. We might have a little break to actually think about it, because it's 12-5 anyways, and now it's a full buy.
Yeah, this is going to be the round now that we're looking towards here for Sashi to see if they can finish off the job without breaking a sweat. Well, let's see. What's the plan going to be? There's an AWP here for Jaquinho, all the util in the world for the CT side as well. And this is about saving face even, man. Just improving the optics of Dust 2. Put up a better performance here. Then they can, you know, at least force Sashi to work a little bit harder for the win and improve the confidence in the camp going into the following map as well.
Yeah, It's very important to not go down 12-2, you know? 13-2. Jukinho, oh! Wow! The fact
What
that
a
Iceberg
response,
traced
though.
2 there as well, yeah. Almost as crazy as what Jukinho pulled off. 3v3. And mid, uncertain, unknown. The Wolves might just be losing Sane as well. Oh, he's playing a good angle though. He's being cleared. Oh, he got cleared. Lucky. The awareness is just the protocols, man, that you have to take care of. And look at what that gives you.
Well, it gives you a 2 versus 2 on the bomb site, yeah, and the plant as well. Brilliant awareness there from Lucky, like you say, sweeping the angles as he pushes forward. Now it's going to have to be a retake. Tapeway trying to be flashed forward, but he's not ready to push off the back of the flash, so kind of misses that opportunity. Sure, they've got kits right now. What's the timing like for Lucky? He's got to worry about the window right now. He doesn't seem to actually be aware of that. Tapeway making his way forward, spamming the smoke. Will obviously have given up his position. Now Tapeway gets the trade on the first, but Lucky will finish off the job, and Sashi rob Copenhagen Wolves of their map pick.
Lucky steals it away towards the end. It was Kabi on the first half. Remember, he ended off on 18 frags, now down to 20. Still, it was insane. It was Sashi rolling through and absolutely sweeping the side of the Wolves on their own map pick, by the way, on the Wolves' map pick. So now we go on to Nuke, which Sashi wanted to get to, and I wouldn't see a better outcome out here for Sashi to try to 2-0 this. So we're going to be jumping into a break. It's going to be like 10-15 minutes, and after that, we'll see if we have a fast best of 3 again, or if the Wolves have got something to show us onto Nuke. And welcome back everybody here to the second map of the best of 3, and maybe, who knows, our last one out here right now, as Sashi have already had a lights up performance on map number 1 on their enemies map pick. Next up is Nuke at Cedar Creek, and that radioactive place has got to be where Sashi are going to try to poison the side of Copenhagen Wolves as well.
Yeah, the problem is there's just not much to try and get excited about from that previous map for Copenhagen Wolves. They just got cleaned up right by Sashi. I mean, they look great on their CT side, making moves on the defensive half, and then a decent job to finish it off on the T side. You know, you had multiple different individuals popping off from Cabby and Siphon. Lucky had some big rounds. Ultix had an important clutch. Iceberg had that crazy USP round. So all 5 players had their moments in the spotlight. Now Nuke is live, so let's get into the action of Sashi's map pick.
I was so surprised to see that Bielani and Sane, like the Polish duo of the Wolves, did nothing for that entire map, right? They were offline completely. Jaquinho and Andu, they were still trying. At some points you could see a couple of rounds going by in their wake, and Tapor was trying to call and clutch at the same time. He's done it once, but couldn't really pull through either way from that. So I really do hope that we get to see the individuals step up a little bit more. As Sashi onto this T side, now they're going to be looking to at least try to pick up 5 rounds. If they get 5 rounds here, I am backing them up completely, no matter how close this game gets. And bow. There it is.
Yeah, good kill coming through Jaquinho. Iceberg, though, making his way through Mini. Gets a frag, so does Cabby. They're actually going to split on this A bomb site through Heaven and Mini. This is unorthodox, but it's worked well enough to get side control.
Oh, not checking into Hut, though. That's staying with the dualies. Find the first, getting into the box, waiting for Bielani to help out, but maybe it's not going to be needed. That's staying good for 2, and looking for the third. Spams over the head of Lucky. There's a lot of time on the board right now, so Lucky doesn't need to over-peek into this one, and he sees the dualies again, tries to take all these fights, finds another headshot, leads it to a 1v1. Ain't no way Lucky gets out with this one. Another clutch would be immense. And Lucky looks towards the bomb side. He's gonna run out of bullets at some point. Needs to reload, or maybe does not. Headshots are crisp, and so is Lucky in that clutch. Sashi take pistol again.
I mean, it feels like that was always supposed to be Sashi's round. It gets incredibly close there, courtesy of Shane and his good effort, but ultimately one that goes in vain. And I think that after the dominant display Sashi had on Dust 2, starting on the T side of Nuke will actually bode well for them, you know. I think it's better to continue to be able to dictate the pace of the game, ride that wave of momentum, not go static and have to play the CT side and try and play from a defense. Although the T side of Nuke is the unfavored half, I think starting here is actually better for Sashi.
That's a lot of damage from USPs. And again, I do have PTSD from rounds like this, okay? So thank you, Zach.
Really smart from Siphon, right? Yeah. Wow.
Wait,
this is so much damage.
It's not over.
At all. Shane, AK, just steps out. Headshot landed. Look at the health here for Ultix. He barely has any to work with. This is a huge advantage for Shane.
And he's on a Mac 10. He's got to spam him down. Oh my god. It gets scary. It gets way too close. This is a full USP round, Hayes. Saint just trying to play it slowly, just trying to not be overburdening, because he doesn't have body armor right now. He doesn't have anything. So if he gets tapped away by the Mac 10, he's going to be very low. It's just one good spray coming through from both players. Who's going to connect first? Ultix just plays towards the back of the bomb side. And that is Ultix taking him down, saving the round. But again, oh boy, did that get close.
Yeah, that got way too close for comfort, man. Great effort from Ultix. So patient in the back of the bomb site. Not getting antsy, not getting impatient and overexposing himself and overswinging. Just waits. Shane was hoping there would be a swing from the Mac 10, one that doesn't come through. And that is going to be a second round. It was always supposed to be Sashi's, considering there was no investment at all for the Wolves, but boy, do they come close. The lack of armor was a problem there, though. As soon as he catches one bullet from the Mac 10, there's no coming back from that.
Yeah. At the very least, from a round like that, they will be getting into it with full A1Ss. Good utility. No defuse kits again. The Wolves not really being fans of that, I see. Sashi gonna be playing a bit more of a split default. Trying to get in towards secret, take a little bit of space towards lobby, maybe in towards ramp if they have to. That nade, well timed. We'll be able to find out one, but let's see if the kill gets made. Lucky does indeed get spotted. Andu still wants to keep it going. He faked away the drop with his USP. That's smart, but it's not gonna fully work. Ultix still takes you down. And We are in a 4v4 left remaining with limited HP onto Ultex. Cabby down to half, and a push down for the B-bomb site is going to happen now.
Yeah, been able to scale their way down. Iceberg's coming through from outside as well. Tapeware is in such an important position, tucked into the corner. Does Ultex clear this? He does. And because he just has a little glance in that direction, he catches a big chunk of Tapeware sticking out. Iceberg looking to circumvent the rotations, invents, and he takes Shane down. That's going to be the end of the round.
Yeah. Just one look in, just one good clear. Look at how it influences the round, the game in general. This happened back on Dust 2 as well. It's happening here again. Sashi. Just great protocols, great individual performances today. They are feeling it. They're in the zone.
Yeah, they certainly are. Winning the first gun round here is going to be a big boost for their campaign on this T side. Only Bialani left alive, and I wonder if they're actually going to hunt in towards CT. Doesn't look like it. That's going to be 3-0 and an anti-eco to follow.
They actually did hunt him, because you get to see Zypher being all the way towards T-spawn, searching for someone. Just didn't check CT. Either way, it is going to be 4 guns saved away out here by the T side. Only 1 from the CTs. They'll have to play a hero rifle into the next.
Alright, well, let's see if that hero rifle can find a way of inflicting some damage or getting in on the action. Bialani has been next to Anonymous throughout the series so far. Really tough time on Dust 2, but let's not count him out of finding a way to make this one work. Iceberg is so good at calling the T side of Nuke, by the way.
Yeah. I was even surprised to see him when he joined up with Sashi for the first time. You know, he was a bit of an unknown, and now he's really grown on this roster. It is an eco after all. So.
Yeah, and Iceberg comes out on top. Like you say, it is essentially an anti-eco for Sashi. So the round itself was never supposed to be in question. Look at the position here for Shane, though. Look at this position. He's been able to creep in. Zyphon's the one with the bomb on his back. He's in T-spawn right now.
Question is, does he have a need to go through lobby right here? Outside control still taken. They could always set to B. You've got a player into heaven, 1 into ramp, I guess. That's going to be the call. Oh, it's about the timing, too. In from ramp, there comes one saying down on Squeaky. Drop is silent. Same just holding. If you didn't have the timer at the top of your screen, you would have thought he was already frozen in time. Lobby control crunched upon. Bomb starting to make its way there. Still through shift, though. Need to check into heaven. There's still a player there, and good crosshair placement. Iceberg was ready for it. Finds them both. If the IGL can do it, so can the rest of them. It's Sashi still undefeated on this T side for now, and it is 4-0 in for them.
Yeah, they don't take anything for granted in that round there, especially in the 3 versus 2. It's not like they think, cool, well, we can just, you know, finish off the job because we have the numbers. Iceberg takes his time there to clear out the A-bomb side, come back through, join up with his teammates, and then not just assume this A site's open. First frag found on Bialani, big wide swing there to get the kill on the mini player as well. And they avoid slipping up against the eco there. Copenhagen Wolves lose this gun round Atro, then I start to fear the worst for them.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit scared too, but let's see it. We still don't know what's going to happen. Lonnie trying to hold down. He peeks in with a nade. Just trying to make sure nobody crossed into our secret. Nothing found just yet. Zyphon. With this angle, oh my god, had it prepared. The AK finds the IGL. Tapeware out, and Same might be the next victim up. He moves through the smoke. He's gonna be a dead man walking. Ultex. Making these guys Doolahans right now.
Chiquinho's in a really good position though. Yeah, Ultex locked in the corner. Gonna find that frag. Now he has to head down and towards the B bomb site and try and find a way to affect the defense there. Iceberg is the one who leads the charge right now. Gonna come through the single door. There's gonna be support here for Chiquinho as well. Oh my goodness, Iceberg, he never had to go for the spray transfer. That was intentional. That was by choice and it worked out perfectly. That's 5-0.
That is, wow, that is just trying to style, actually. He got style points for that, though. 7 and 2 IGL right now, pulling off spray transfers like that just because he can. Why not? Why not? Flawless so far out of Sashi, and they don't look like they're going to show any signs of stopping.
Yeah, they've just picked up here on Nuke where they left off on Dust 2. All the individuals just pitching up right now across the board. And this was the all-important gun round. That's how it started, with Siphon tapping down at range, and then the punish push. Yeah, Ultex catching the player coming through the smoke. And then Iceberg, in style, opens up this B-bomb site. Look at that, he didn't have to transfer. He just wanted, like you said, get some style points, man. Swag on his opponents.
Damn. Okay. Whew. Well, 3 MP9s and a UMP. That's the best they can really come up with into this half-buy. The Wolves. If you have this, right, would it not make a lot more sense to just try to rush them down, be a bit more aggressive? I get the angle holding right here, but look at how much space you're still leaving outside in towards Secret. Trying to play tower defense essentially here isn't going to really work with those SMGs, but they'll try. And they'll fail. That's all.
Oh man, he's just found the perfect timing, weaving his way through outside. Shane just completely unaware. Siphon with some good control on the spray will find a second as well. Going a long way in opening up the safe bomb side. Cabby's just patiently waiting, and everything falls into place beautifully here for this T side. Andu will fall as well, and this is just a demolition job.
Yeah, sent to the crematory there, the Wolves. I mean, it's crazy because their game plan is so stable, so solid. What they do all the time is just they send 1 or 2 players in to be aggressive, one towards outside, one towards mainly Squeaky actually. And after they send these players in to kind of force and bait the CT side out to try to push, they just hold angles. They just play for the lobby crunch, they just wait for the enemies to push into them, and every single round so far that has worked. It's happened here with Tapeware, it's happened with Sane in front of the smoke in the previous round, right? The Wolves are just falling prey right now to Sashi's tactics.
Yeah, Sashi are in complete control. Unfavored side of the map, currently up 6-0. Couldn't get better than that. And well, I mean, what's even a contestable halftime scoreline for Copenhagen Wolves from here?
I don't think there is one anymore. Six on the T side of Nuke already on their enemy's map pick. Right?
It's their map pick.
On Sashi's map pick. Yeah, on Sashi's map pick. You know, like, what is there to do? What do you want to do now? You would have to go mental to be able to bring this one back. And so far, we haven't seen the individuals being able to pull that off. We haven't seen any sparks from anyone besides Jaquinho and Andu, maybe, on map number 1.
Yeah, we need more. We need more than just a spark. We need an entire fire here to be lit under the asses of Copenhagen Wolves. Jaquinho has the smoke cleared out for him, gets a frag as a result, but look at the pace here coming through from Cabby. Violani's on the rafters right now. Cabby will hunt him down as well. That's 3 frags found on the entry.
There you go. Cabby just presses W into the bomb side, finds 3 indeed, shuts him down. But now it's left to Andu and Tapeware versus Ultex and Cabby. And Cabby still towards the back of the bomb site, still into A, just waiting for someone to peek out. Timing is going to mean everything here. If that smoke fades out, sees the second being dropped, and a walk down towards the vent. This is just a fake out. Cabby's still waiting for them to actually push them down. He's holding down the vents. The bomb is going to get planted. Yeah, Cabby's just waiting. He's going to find the quad kill here. Surely. There it is.
Wow. Job not done though. I know Andy doesn't have a kit or utility, but you can't count him out of this. And we spoke about how we needed some sort of a fire here for Copenhagen Wolves to get going. Maybe Andu can provide that flame. Taps the defuse, tries to draw these players out, uses the reactor's cover, does get that first kill. Very nice shot. Problem is, lack of a kit. It's going to have to be the full 10-second defuse, and Ultex with a little burst there, a little bit of a wall bang. Just forces Andu to look in that direction, and Ultex will finish off the job 7-0. Sashi continue to dominate.
And Ultex plays that so smart as well. He realizes there's not a defuse kit on this man, and even if there was, he's just gonna spam through the door instead of opening it, because that's how Cabby fell. He opened the door, he made noise, it was great reaction time coming through from Andu. But man, Kabi, you're not allowed to just walk through HUD like that and take out 3. Like, you should never be allowed to do that, and yet still, it's 7-0 for Sashi. On T-side nuke pace, T-side.
Yeah, it is complete and utter. It's just one-way traffic right now. Like you say, T-side nuke, this is not the half you normally associate with such a dominant performance. Iceberg catches a glimpse of the player in Garage. Himself and Siphon will combine and then immediately start to pressure the say bomb site.
Do you reckon these are necessary picks from the Wolves? You get to see them peeking towards Garage and towards main a lot of times and towards lobby. Do you feel like it's necessary, or do they have to?
I think they're just broken at this point. I feel like they have to try and take initiative. They have to try and find a way to get some opening kills here. Can't just allow for Sashi to continue with their free reign. Tapeway gets one back. UMP 1v3. I know which horse I'm backing, and his name's not Tapeway. It's the Bull.
Yeah.
I'm backing the Bull. That's 8-0.
We are backing the Bull indeed. 8-0. And yeah, I completely agree. I think the Wolves right now are broken completely. But at the same time, you know, even your floor, no matter how bad you may feel, has got to be at some sort of consistency. And I think the Wolves have got a high enough floor to at least take a round off of Sashi. And yet we haven't seen it. They're just peeking into their demise time and time again. This is going to be a difference too. Look, utility used up by Sashi this time. We don't get to see that from the Wolves. They're breaking it out!
Oh my goodness.
Oh god.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I think this was the end of the game if they lose this round. 8-4,
Yeah.
I could still maybe conceive a world in which they might have some sort of a miraculous comeback, but 9-3, that feels impossible. At least Bielani will catch a little glimpse there of lucky. He gets a kill in the round, but that just rescues it into a 4v2. That's not even a rescue.
Yeah. And it's not even 9-3 only, because it's not gonna be a buy into the next for the Wolves anyways. They're playing CT side economy even if on nuke. So might just be double digits off the bat here. Oh my god. Like with shots like that too, how could you not get tilted if you're the Wolves? 9 rounds in a row. You get taken down time and time again without being able to shoot a bullet back.
Yeah, it's brutal. That's the only word that comes to mind, is brutality on the timeline.
Yeah. Like, I
don't even know what Copenhagen Wolves could change at this point.
That's the problem, right? That's exactly the problem. I know if we didn't have organization names behind this, and we didn't have, these were just 5 random players versus 5 random players. You put any one of us, right? From the casting desk to production to anyone watching the server right now, watching the stream right now. And I think 7 out of 10 of us would call cheats if we were in the Wolves in the Wolves camp right now. With the amount of peaks that have gone wrong for them, with the amount of clear headshots and just angles that have been taken by Sashi, with the smoke holdings, with the perfectly timed pushes, I mean, it's just great. It's just amazingly well played from Sashi. Look, what are you to do?
That is a good question. What are you to do besides just throw in the towel, wave the white flag? They're going to use their second pause here, Copenhagen Wolves, to try and change their fate here. Sashi, I mean, they had, what was the halftime scoreline on Dust 2? Was it 9-3 there as well?
Yeah, yeah. 9-3.
It was 10-2, actually. 10-2 on Dust 2 for Sashi, and, well, they're looking to try and get themselves up to double digits here once again as well. I mean, look at how they've won 8 out of their 9 rounds by elimination and not even by the bomb exploding. That is a big indictment on the form we've seen from Copenhagen Wolves here.
And did you see now, by the way, that they added on HLTV the VRS forecast thing?
Oh, yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
Nice change.
I love it too, because now it just tells you that this isn't just a Swiss stage game. You know, this isn't just one of these 2 teams moving up to the 1-1 bracket and the other moving down to the 0-2.
Yeah,
it's
more
also
on the line than that.
it's also affecting your real ranking right now. And, oh, there we go. Finally a startup here for Andu. It's affecting your real ranking. So you have even that more indictment to be like, oh no, if I lose this, I go down by 3 positions. I go down by 5 positions, whatever, you know? And
Yep.
those 5 positions can always matter if a tournament just pops up and wants to invite people off the VRS.
And you can see Sashi only get 3 points if they win the series, whereas Copenhagen Wolves get 24, which would be a huge boost for them. Allow them to go up 6 spots in the ranking, but I don't think that's going to be happening any longer here. I mean, sure, we're seeing a good showing from them here in this round, but this is the first round they're going to get on the board, and we've already played 9.
There you go.
Welcome to the server.
Good morning. Hey, at the very least, it's a flawless one. They get out with 4 AKs. This time around, they pace their timings way better. They peek into these angles with flashes this time. You get to see Iceberg wasn't even expecting it, right? So, look at how just a couple of micro changes can completely change up the game plan. Here for a team that's lost 9 in a row. Now 9-3 is a reality.
Yeah, let's see if they can win the last 2 rounds of the half here to realize that reality. If they make it 9-3, then Copenhagen Wolves win the map after. It's that simple, right?
Okay, sure, Altex, sure, keep it up, buddy. You were supposed to die like 10 seconds ago, but no.
Yeah, that adjustment, man.
Has the craziest flick to adjust, yeah. 2v4.
Then he even gets
And
another kill in
just-
Squeaky Door as well. I mean, what the hell, Altex? Just spraying through the smoke there. A-bomb's like completely opened.
Yeah, man, just when you think that there might be something that the CT side can do here, immediately they just fall back. Have it. Kinyo last man standing.
Alright, well,
Gonna
there we
fall.
go. That's double digits now for Sashi, at least at the bare minimum, matching their performance in the first map. And I said that if Copenhagen Wolves win the last 2 rounds 9-3, then they win the map. Obviously, I just was joking, but it's now 10-2 at best. This has just been a masterclass here from Sashi, honestly.
Yeah, has been. Okay, well, the masterclass can still continue. However, Hayes, we've been through a lot of best of 3s together, and I think we've been there, done that, seen comeback attempts still get made. Maybe not in the form that the Wolves have been in. We haven't seen a comeback like that, just come out of nowhere, pop out of nowhere, but it's not like it's completely impossible. However, with the shots being hit right now, yeah, I'm not even trying to make anyone smoke any copium. This is just insanity and a one-sided show from Sashi.
Yeah, I mean, Copenhagen Wolves are trying to brawl with them at the moment, but Sachi are just in red hot form right now. Shane again gonna try and go through the squeaky door, but Cabby tucked into the corner, peeks out on a timing. That's the freest of frags. He's 13-5, man. He's just running around, punching them in the face, saying, hello, I'm here.
Yeah, it's tough to have a day like this. Because again, if you were just talking to statistics, if you were just talking about the normal performances of Copenhagen Wolves versus Sashi, it would not be like this.
Yeah, this is a wonderful display. I mean, obviously for Copenhagen Wolves, it's quite brutal that they're on the receiving end of this, but this is what can happen sometimes. You know, when you have a team of Sashi's nature and everybody pitches up and they're just playing at their best, it's going to be really tough. You don't want to read too much into it if you're Copenhagen Wolves. They've been in some good form lately. They've been playing some good Counter-Strike. It is just a little bit unfortunate that they haven't pitched up at all in this series, and it means that the 0-2 bracket in the Swiss stage waits for them.
Okay. Well, we still gotta watch it through to the end, and there's gonna be another pistol round to go. Oh, they're running to their demise. The dualies are waiting. Altex only gets away with one, though. And the Wolves have finally, you know, lost their patience, it looks like. Wish they did that before, but at least it's gonna be amounting into a bomb plant. And in from Vents is gonna be Jaquinho taken down too. Yeah, he's gotten really mad. He's just trying to get in there. Lucky and Iceberg bring back headshots, though. And now looking for another. Still spamming, still finding those pixels. getting into the bomb side and Iceberg. Oh, Iceberg, how are you shutting all these guys down? That's an IGL 15-6 out here, Hayes, to be winning out the 12th round on the board for Sashi.
Yeah, I just can't really understand what Copenhagen Wolves are thinking there. I mean, they've done really well. They've got full site control, they've got control room, they've got double doors. They don't actually have to extend any further than the stairs where Lucky is now, but they just see red. And they're just trying to force the issue too much. I mean, they could have just locked down the bomb plants and try to play the post plants out, but they just bite off way more than they can chew and they end up choking.
Yeah. Man, I was not expecting to see this today, genuinely. Like, we were talking the pre-game before we actually went live about how there is very much a possibility for this best of 3 to go to the third map. And we played fewer rounds than we did in the previous best of 3.
Yeah, we started this conversation for the entire series an hour and 15 minutes ago.
True.
We're on the brink of conclusion here. Let's see if Copenhagen Wolves can keep this going for a little bit longer. Cabby's just straight up left ramp. And he's just left ramp. Wants to be part of the action outside, and why wouldn't he? It's a shooting range. It's a cleanup through towards outside. It's only Shane left and not for much longer. Sashi have dominated. They've romped to victory 2-0, 13-5, 13-1. It does not get cleaner than that.
I've seen 13-0s that have looked less one-sided than this game.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's wild. That is wild. To end off the best of 3, 13-5, 13-1. Sashi, out of this 0-1 bracket, I don't think there's anyone more deserving, maybe besides BC Game, of this win. Damn.
Yeah, this was incredible. That was honestly as good as it gets. And Sashi, that'll be a huge boost for the team as well. I think just to try and get them back into a better place mentally and in terms of their confidence as well. All 5 players had some wonderful moments throughout that series, and that'll be a well-received result here for Sashi and co.
I think this is my first time in the CCT, at least for Season 2, 100%. I don't really remember of Season 1, in which we're going to have an hour and a half or more delay before the next best of 3 starts. Okay? So, ladies and gents...
I mean, an hour and a half is like normally the longest it's ever been, and now we're going to have like an hour and 42 minutes. So,
yeah, exactly.
I guess if you have anything to do on this fine Wednesday afternoon, this is your opportunity, right?
I guess so. Here's the brackets, here's the standings. We get it updated, and we get to see the 0-2s going there for the Wolves and Cybershock. As, yeah, the 1-1 Sashi BC game. Those are 2 scary teams, man, and I'm very surprised we don't get to see them on the left side of this board, but we might in the next few days. Until then, though, ladies and gents, that's been the morning shift for us. A very quick one, yet a very one-sided one as well. Hayes, it's been fun, but was it fast? Yeah, it was. So we're going to be having that extended, very much so, break. Any closing out statements before we have to pass the baton to our next casters?
Just looking forward to the rest of the games to come through. Like we said, we've got that extended break as well, guys. So use it wisely and be sure to join for the next couple best of 3s that are going to be coming your way. It will be about an hour and a half before we jump into the pregame for that next series. We'll see you guys then.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope we are doing all well. Hope everyone's well rested for the evening of Counter-Strike that we've got upon us. Obviously, I am Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. And Charlie, before we kind of have a little bit of a chat about the games, about the teams, why don't you give us a little bit of an insight on how your day's going? How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've just been waiting to get into the action again. I mean, I love days like this when, obviously, yesterday we got to see the end of sort of the opening day, opening round, and now it's sort of just picking up from where we left off. It feels like, sure, I got to see a couple of teams play in the meantime, but honestly, I'm just excited to see what these teams can produce. We're already definitely getting a bit of a lay of the land, already getting to see some teams I was excited about seeing 0-2 already, so a bit scary times for certain teams. Copenhagen Wolves and Cybershock both being one of them each, now going down to that very desperate time, with obviously BC Game and Sashi slightly recovering, being 1-1 now, but we got 2 more games, Fred, and 2 more games I think are going to be vitally important for these teams going forward, because obviously this is it, this is the Swiss stage, this is where things don't look too bad when you're 0-1, but they look pretty bad when you lose your 0-1 games, which is what we're going to be looking at today, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously these are tough games for a lot of sides, and I think after today we'll have a good idea of who's probably going to get eliminated. As you say, Charlie, a vast majority of times, teams that go 0-2, very rarely you see them qualify. I'd love to see that kind of fairy tale story, but let's be honest, it is a real rarity. But what we can do is we can bring up the Swiss stage, have a little bit of a look. If you aren't kind of fully in tune with the results of all the CCT games, we can bring up the results and kind of see how that's made an effect. But obviously you've already touched upon it. Cybershock, Copenhagen Wolves, the first 2 teams to go 0-2. And look, in that Copenhagen Wolves 9 game, I was thinking, okay, things are looking fairly dominant, but at least they had some successes on Inferno. When you look at that Sashi game, they lost 13-5 on Dust, 13-1 on Nuke. This Copenhagen Wolves side, this is not the start that they were hoping for, surely not. Obviously, though, we have seen a fair few 2-0 results as of late. I feel like a lot of the round 1 games, you can account for it because it's kind of the separation of sides. You're going to be having the teams like Fanatics, like the Guns of the world, and obviously, other teams that have 2-0'd, them playing against each other. But I feel like this is where we should see closer games, right? And I think I want to say that's what we've got for today, but based on the kind of the teams that we've got, I think it is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, as you saw just a moment ago, the final 2 games of tonight being Sinners against Alaska and obviously Ecstatic versus Chimera. And although these are games that on paper, okay, they should be close, I think just based on the performance that we saw from Chimera yesterday, and obviously what we know of Ecstatic, and same can kind of be said for Sinners and Alaska, I feel like there is opportunities for 2-0s here, which I hate to say, especially when one of the teams is a UK side. Obviously, speaking of the UK side, we can delve deep into this first game in Sinners versus Alaska. We can bring up the rosters and have a little bit of a look. But look, Charlie, what are your kind of expected outcomes?
I mean, it's been a little while since I've seen Alaska, so it's mainly just been me following their results rather than actually being able to fully dive into them myself. Yeah. It's great to see them making it out of these closed qualifiers, things like that here. But we do need to see a little bit more from them. I don't know if this one's going to be that game for it, though. I am looking at this one and thinking, don't get me wrong, Sinners are not in the greatest of spots. They're still very inconsistent at times, can be very shaky to certain teams. And it does feel like maybe that is just due to the fact that they bought in Zedgo and Peppo very recently, and maybe there's still a bit of sort of fine-tuning needed with this side. But I do think Sinners, I think you can't look at them as anything other than the favourites in this game. Yeah. I think they have to be taken into that account. But Alaska, I mean, look, over the last few months, we've seen them go higher and higher in the rankings, and we are just starting to get to that point where we are hoping to see that next step up.
Yeah, look, they brought in 360. Obviously, we know about 360 from the kind of the UK standpoint. Still a very young, talented player, and I feel like firepower alone, replacing a player like Leaf, I feel like it's going to be positive. Obviously, we've got to talk about the fact that now Artist is going to be back on the AWP, so whether that's going to have a positive or negative effect, I guess that's something that we can see. But obviously, Charlie, I think the Sinners roster are looking pretty good. I feel like Peepo's looked excellent on the AWP, so I feel like Artist has got a real test for him here. But a real differing factor about success for both these sides is going to be the vetoes, right? Because when you look at the vetoes, both teams, they don't really love Dust, they don't love Train either, and we haven't seen all too much of Mirage from Alaska. So right now, Alaska are in a bit of an awkward spot because Obviously, they're going to want to play a map like Ancient. They've got a very good win rate on it. Same can be said for Nuke. They've got large sample size, and obviously, it's one of Sinner's weaker maps. So I think if they can get either an Ancient or a Nuke here in the vetoes, I think they'll be very, very happy, because at least they've got confidence regarding their kind of previous games. But obviously, dust removed from Sinners, that's only ever going to be a helping hand for Alaska. It seems like Sinners are willing to float train, which I guess with Alaska's poor win rate, it can work for them, but I feel like this veto could still be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Sinners play Train. It is sadly just that one time, so it's always difficult to get much of a standpoint from it. Inferno is going to be selected by Sinners. This was the map that previously, in their sort of past 5, was a map that they're always very happy to play. They still are very happy to play it. Ancient coming out from Alaska as well. You look at this one, and I think probably first 2 maps feel not a bad sort of playground for both of them to be on. Sinners, Ancient is actually their most played map. They've got a pretty good win rate on it as well. Alaska being one of their more played maps. Obviously, it is statistically their best map, but Alaska also can play a game of Inferno as well. So if there's a map number 1 and 2, there certainly could be some intrigue on it. I don't think any of them are going to be exactly a huge domination from either side, but with Nuke being that third and final one, this is where things do look good for Alaska.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I'm happy you touched upon the Ancient and the success of Sinners on it. Because if we see a strong result on map 1 for Sinners, there is an argument that they could take it in 2. So I think for Alaska, obviously, winning their map selection of Ancient, or, maybe the chance of them winning Inferno, obviously it's a map played and known by all. But if they can at least keep things competitive on Inferno, if Sinners win it, it'll be really positive moving to Ancient. And obviously, we've spoken about Nuke. But I think we've got to say, this is still Sinners, right? This is still a side that have been pushing their kind of boundaries and looking for this kind of new level. They are still top 50 right now, but we've seen Sinners at these big events. We know what they can kind of provide. And I think right now, not only when it comes to the experience, but the synergy that they've got is going to be so vital here, because Alaska, it's not as though they're a side that they've brought in, 3-4 new players and it's kind of a new roster move and changes. These are players that have played alongside each other, obviously bar Tree, for quite some time now. We talk about the partnership that Artistic Stink and Draft are going to have. I feel like it gets to a point where these 3 players, when it comes to a clutch, when it comes to any protocol, it's just going to be so well drilled within these guys. So I think right now, Sinners, they're going to have to come with firepower. They're going to have to come with real strategical kind of dominance, because Alaska are a side that it's not like they've undergone so many roster moves in the kind of the winter break. So I think it's going to be an exciting game. Obviously, I'll try my best to put the bias aside, but being from the UK, knowing these guys, I feel like I'm going to try my hardest to be unbiased. But look, it's a team near and dear, right?
Yeah, man, I'm thinking the same thing about Sinners, actually. I've always been a big fan of the Sinners roster. But, I mean, it feels like it's difficult to talk about Sinners without touching on Oscar as well, that I'm sure we'll get into in a little bit. But a lot of speed happening here on this pistol, and already Alaska taking a big dominant lead with the 2-man advantage. The Julie's down, Banana, flying B-Stick, and Shock, eliminating them instantly from the pistol round, just within the first 10 seconds or so of the action.
Look, I think we've got to say, Sinners were renowned to being this Inferno dominant side. To the point where, you just have to look a year ago, this was always their map pick, and obviously they looked very good on it, usually having above a 70% win rate, regardless of when they're playing it. They looked so good. Yet, looking at recent results, you just have to see 13-9 lost to OG, 13-2 lost to Alliance, 13-3 lost to Paravision. That's their 3 most recent games. So when it comes down to their current form on Inferno, it's not been perfect, but they've done well to bring this pistol round into conversation. As the bomb's down, it's a 2-on-2. They've not only got banana control, but they've got a Molotov for the bomb. And with vacancy falling to Peepo, Alaska, the round's not really gone the way they expected after finding those 2 openers.
No, I mean, this has now become a Sinner's favourite round. They've got the positioning towards Banana. The bomb's half ticked. There's no defuse kit currently. I'm not sure if there's one dropped in. Artist has no choice but to actively search for these kills towards Banana. He finds the first, but the bomb is not being stuck. Tap of it now. Artist needs to find this kill with the double swing. The round's already won on time. And Morisco can just back away knowing the job's done. A 5 versus 2 advantage the UK and Irish side that gets ripped away by Sinners. What a 2v5 there.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there from Sinners. I feel like Alaska, they give up a little bit of control. You know, when we see these kind of costly fights here, once Extinct goes down, obviously Giraffe, he's looking for a trade, but I feel like you've just got to play the numbers there. And even in that 3 versus 2, it seemed like Vacancy progressing through Banana completely alone, untradeable. It wasn't as though he was playing reactive based on his teammates' contact. It was as though he was the one going first. I feel like Alaska have missed the trick there in that round, especially with them having a hefty advantage.
I mean, we saw Sinners utility. They had like 5 pieces. They had 2 smokes, 2 mollies. I mean, they also had a decoy as well, but, you know, if you want to consider that. But I actually thought Sinners probably could have even been more restrained with their util and sort of gambled that, okay, chances are maybe no one is going to be towards Ruins. Maybe we can just use the smoke towards CT, save the other one, and just sort of use it just to delay even more for Alaska to get into the round. Wasn't needed at the end of the day. They used a lot of it early, but they managed to claw it with that round victory, and Alaska, you can see how desperate they are to get on the board. They've gone for the force bite.
Have you seen the gun that Artis is using?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Honestly, why not? Throw a Mag 7 into it. I do feel like the Mag 7 is pretty horrendous now. I don't know what they've done to it. It just feels like the Nova is just so much better. And even then,
yeah,
not great.
Wow. When you think that the Mag 7 is just shy of the MP9 in price... Oh no, it's more expensive, isn't it? It's 1,300. I assumed it was 1k.
Yeah.
It's more expensive than an MP9.
Better kill reward, though.
We got to get a kill for the kill reward, Charlie.
True. It's a good B setup right now. Vacancy, the biggest and the heaviest hitting weapon, only being able to find one there.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be enough.
Last 5-7. Yeah, I mean, all he can really hope to do is spam through the smoke. There's no util on the CTs. It feels like this has to be a save. I mean, it looks like they might be at least playing this one for X's, but there's no real way into this round. When you don't have any utility, sure, Sinners don't actually have any util to hold them off, but there's so many angles to clear onto the B-bomb site with weaker weapons as well, lack of information. It's got to be a round conceded.
Well, I think we've got to say as well, Beastic was, you know, less than 30 HP going into that bomb site. The fact that that's the only kill that Vacancy finds, you know, we need to be seeing a little bit more there. Plenty of players being heard saving towards Banana. I think it's the idea of 360 to whittle them away. Giraffe in the flag, but Morisco very well prepared. Morisco will go down to the bomb. AK can be saved from shock. No more casualties here on the Sinners side. You know, they're keeping 3 players alive. I feel like we saw Giraffe looking to get very aggressive there, looking to find them in the backlines. The problem is if Alaska were in deep towards Banana, I think we see so many kills, so much reward for them searching for those exits. Yeah, they were a little bit timid playing towards bottom mid, and with a weapon like a Mag 7, you're not really going to be able to peek there.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of loosely touched on it for Sinners, but I want to delve a little bit deeper into it. Obviously, we've known that Oscar has left this team now for a little while. Interesting when, I mean, he's obviously moved over to this new organisation, Inner Circle, where it's sort of going to be led by Stiko, who's been quite open about sort of the inner workings of this team. It was very interesting to hear that Oscar was picked up by that side, mainly due to the fact that Sinners were looking to bench him, which is always an interesting one to me. Oscar felt like the cut and dry, the star of the team, the real glue, and that sort of firepower that kept the team very competitive in a lot of these events. And I always thought it was interesting that supposedly Sinners were looking to replace him, but the fact that I've always thought the Czech pool, the talent pool that is around, it doesn't give you a lot of options. So it feels nice that we're seeing sort of branch out a little bit. Sure, it's not exactly miles away going for a Slovakian player, but I mean, it's great to see someone like Pipo come onto the team and instantly sort of hit the heights I think a lot of people wanted to as a big replacement for Oscar, because no easy task.
No, definitely not. And you know, I feel like Oscar certainly served his purpose here in Sinners. I feel like he did absolutely everything possible, but you know, we spoke about it. It was on a Sinners game. I was joined by Oversaid and Grimmy, and we were having a little bit of a chat about Oscar and kind of about the Sinners side. And it seems like Sinners are wanting to kind of promote longevity amongst their name. And I think, don't get me wrong, Oscar, I think he probably had, you know, he's still got a good few years in him. It's not as though, you know, he's not going to be able to play the levels that he was continuing at, but I think Sinners wanted a push for more. And I think it's always tough, but look, it's now about maybe Oscar wanting to prove him wrong. I doubt there would be any bad blood between the sides. I feel like the way in which Oscar did, and yeah. So
I mean, it's interesting because look, we spoke about it when Sinners were sort of in their peak, maybe 4 or 5 months ago now, maybe a tad longer. When I want to say they were the top 30 team, and I think we even sort of came to the evaluation that Oscar's probably the best player over 30 individually right now.
Yeah, 100%.
At that point. And yeah, you mentioned longevity. It's tough to know. We haven't really had a player who continue that late into sort of their tenure in CS, especially even less one who's sort of playing that well. So yeah, we're sort of in uncharted territory with certain players like Jake and with Oscar, players who have sort of been around the block a little bit, but still putting up numbers. I mean, I'm very excited to see what that Inner Circle team will do. Still yet to see them actually play a game with that 5, but that's an exciting team as well to sort of check out as the next sort of months go on. But seemingly, it hasn't affected Sinners as massively as I thought. Sure, there are still some inconsistency problems. I think that would have happened regardless of who you changed on the team, though, whether that was Oscar or not. I think there's always going to be a couple of teething issues here or there. But so far, it's a great start from them, this one.
Yeah. Excellent start. Alaska now trying to take control of Banana. Giraffe, there's so much work there. I would have just assumed he goes down to Zedco, but Giraffe not only getting that kill onto Zedco, but dealing a lot of damage to B-Stick. So valuable here. And now Artist under pressure here as Morisco emerging. But, oh, that's the A-bomb site ripped apart. Sinners, excellent openers here. And B-Stick's just going to be lurking. The HE grenade will take him down. Alaska, though, are they in a point where they're going to give a round like this a go? It doesn't seem like that. I feel like it's not a do or die scenario. It's only the first 4 rounds of the game. Look, Charlie, you said Oscar maybe being the best player over 30 years old or 30 years old, or, you know, are we saying it's got to be Rain now? He is now 30?
I mean, at the level he's played, yeah, probably. There's no doubt, no matter how well Oscar plays, Rain is just playing at that higher level, and I think that probably would speak for itself. But I mean, it's always interesting seeing players as they do approach sort of the end of their career and see sometimes how they transition. I mean, you look at players like Olof back in the day, going from 2015, best player in the world, arguably. But HLTV did it, so it's got to be true. And then sort of joining that FaZe Clan team a couple of years later and sort of transitioning into a much more supportive player. So, I mean, I always do just like watching players, how they transition. I mean, look, we've seen Artist transition a decent bit himself.
He's gone from AWP in-game leading to just in-game leading with a rifle, back on the AWP now.
Yeah. Man of many talents.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be honest, I still remember this would have been about 2-3 years ago when, well, it would have been early in the casting tenure for me. Tenure's not the right word, but I remember Artist was on the AWP. He was getting like 30 kills in the game, and then I checked his Twitter bio and it said in-game leader. And I just throughout the whole of my CS watching, the in-game leader was always the bottom fragger. Very rarely you saw that kind of level. Yeah, exactly. I
mean, that is honestly, he's the main reason why I hope this one goes to 3 maps. Because when I do see, when I see Artist or whatever team he is on, I do instinctively think of Nuke. It just feels like maybe it's just sort of previously watching him on the map and sort of a bit of a masterclass in certain games he's produced, but I just do look at him as a Nuke player now, regardless about what his team's main maps are at that time. But it's a good position for Artist. Vacancy nearby as well. This long take could be shut down, but Artist falls and instantly ready for Vacancy, who's got no choice but to back away there. That's where you saw one Vacancy to take away some of that pressure from Artist, but he's the one taking it all, and B-Stick is causing so much damage on these lurks.
No, we praised the setup there for Alaska. It should have gone very well, but Vacancy didn't really sell it enough. I think the fact that Artist is able to be cleared and Vacancy isn't finding that kill always shows that maybe a little bit of miscommunication. I'm not too sure what happened there, but look, Sinners have gone into A and they've absolutely destroyed the Alaska A setup.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly. I mean, this is fundamentally brilliant CS from Sinners right now. Not only have they taken the A-bomb site, they're doing so in very clean fashion. They're denying Alaska anything. And look, Extinct's the only player to really have any substantial kills on his side. 4 kills from him. The rest of the team combined to 3. And it just shows that right now, this A setup is being ran over a little bit too much. And yeah, I'm not sure what it was there. If Vacancy maybe was looking to throw some util for the player towards short, maybe just had a quick check towards apartments and just left Artist on his loan for a couple of seconds extra. Because it looked like the setup was great, but it just felt like we lost a jiggle or two there from Vacancy that probably would have kept Artist alive, but or at least taken away some of that pressure from him. Tactical pause now for Alaska, unsurprisingly, as they are facing that 0-5 scoreline. Sinners really had the start that they wanted here on this Inferno. But yeah, I mean, look, we mentioned if Sinners do go on to take this one, Ancient is a map that we've seen not unbelievable things, but we've seen definitely good things from Sinners at times, and they've got a ton of sample size on the map as well. That, I mean, we are certainly going to be looking, honestly, for whoever wins this map, that a 2-0 is now a possibility.
I think the really scary thing that Alaska actually have to worry about on Ancient is you look back to the last, 9 games for Sinners on Ancient. 6 of them are wins. Obviously, 3 losses. 1 loss is 13-11, and the other 2 are 19-17s. So, it just goes to show that even in the games that they are losing, they are looking very, very competitive there.
I don't mind this idea from Alaska. It hasn't worked out perfectly for them, the second mid-take. Still got Extinct just a little bit out of this round. We're playing towards B, but not enough action to keep him there, so he started to rotate to bolster up this A-bomb site. I think this is the sort of play you need to do. A lot of teams, I think, are a little bit too hesitant just to make these gambles. Look at sort of the old Na'Vi when it was led by Zeus. I mean, terrifying to watch, I'm sure, if you're a Na'Vi fan. The amount of gamble calls they used to make on this map, just because of how long those rotations are. Sometimes if the bomb site does just get taken, that's it, round done, unlucky. So yeah, it used to be a lot of gambles from a side like this, and I think that's honestly something that Alaska needed to do. I don't mind the idea of the mid push, but Sinners, just read it like a book.
I have to ask, Charlie, we've spoken highly of Artis. Is one of the main reasons you like watching him is because he's probably the last player to use the CZ?
I do love the CZ as well. He embodies everything I want to be. Just does it at a much better level. Yeah, I do love the CZ a lot. Obviously, I'm an AWP abuser as well. Maybe I think he's my spirit animal. Not having a great game here, though, but it's difficult to specifically point out any Alaska players that are. 360 still on 0 kills. Giraffe not exactly many more. But we've got to start to see a change up soon from Alaska. Obviously, we saw that tactical pause not long ago. It was only that partial buy around that saved M4. So this is the one that I'm really looking for, that change, whatever it may be. 2 defenders towards A. This feels like the portion of the map that is being quite easily exploited by Sinners. So still need to be very careful. They're going to push through this. 360, so much work to do. Does find one with the instant trade. And Artist AWP out of the round. Does get the tag onto Shock, but it's not enough. Bomb sites being cleared, the smokes are down to isolate and just force any of these CTs out of the action without any information to be gained. And welcome to Inferno, no choice but to save.
Yes, right, cool. I think they don't really have the util to do it. Just 1 smoke molly and 1 flash. It's not really enough to warrant a retake. I don't know if you registered that, but Shock tapped the bomb and then backed away. Obviously, he was low HP. He was just ready for a nade to come over the top, and I think even just that slight level of discipline while you're 6-0 up, expecting to go 7-0 up, it's just it's a slight point. It's ever so minuscule, but I really like it.
I mean, we've praised B-Stick's calling in the past. A round like that, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's called a brilliant Inferno so far. But that round in particular, just the idea that, okay, the A-bomb site is probably weak. I think we can look to abuse this here. Burst out of apps there, through the smoke, go 1-for-1, which is all they needed to do. You imagine, let's say Artist is a bit more towards Moto rather than having to rotate in from long to get to Moto, and you've got to play on the bomb site as well. That Apps Pop will get shut down. That will get destroyed in seconds. Just so many players watching that one angle, that could really easily get punished. But it's just a read from Sinners. Okay, we think this bomb site's a little under-defended. Let's see if we can exploit that. And they do so excellently. So I think that's a great call there from the Czech side.
Look, and now we praise the calling here of Sinners, but this is where the in-game leader and artist needs to potentially change something up, whether it's kind of an aggressive apps take, whether it's an early peak towards middle with the big green. There's got to be a change here, because already Sinners are 7-0 up. Even if Alaska win the remaining 5 rounds, obviously a great comeback, and I think we'd praise their CT side finish, but best case scenario, they're in a 2-round deficit heading into the second half. So I think we've got to say there's got to be a change up here for Alaska. I like the fact they utilize the early pauses. I think already they've got to use another. If the result of this round doesn't go their way, they're 8-0 down, and I think it's just too far out of reach at that point.
Yeah, it does start to feel like the game already it's starting to slip in through your fingers, so you do need to really get on top of things, but Sinners might just be going for the exact same thing. It might be a slightly better setup now as Artist is towards short, but if 360 goes down, you know that AWP is going to get overwhelmed there really quickly. Smoke's down. Is it going to be the exact same thing? Through the
possibly.
smoke, the T's could go.
Minimal time though, 25 seconds on the clock, steps are going to be heard, Artist firing off, finding Zedco, B-Stick though, no trade onto 360 because he's taken down straight away, but Artist can get himself his second. They go 2 for 2 on the bomb site, but the rotating in of Vacancy falling. Alaska have to give this one a go, surely.
I mean, the issue is, a lot of maps we would say, yeah, why not, give it a go, but Inferno is one of them that is so tough to retake. That even in a round like this feels, okay, maybe we've only got 20% chance to win a round like this, and Giraffe's position made known. Extinct starting to push up short, so many angles to be wary of. Great swing onto the mini hit, though, finds B-Stick as well. Oh,
what?
no!
What a round from Extinct.
Turnaround. 3 kills and Alaska win a round out of nowhere.
The worst part of all of it is the final player, he fires 4 bullets onto Extinct, just assuming he's got the kill and turns around. It's unfortunate, we've all been there, but how has Extinct got this kill? Morisco's going to be so disappointed. And look, to be confident in your own abilities, understandable when you're 11-1. Obviously now 11-2, but look, it's an important retake for Alaska. I don't know whether you saw, Charlie, Extinct, he audibly stepped away in second mid, and obviously they shifted up. Do you think that it was just to show that slight hesitation, that slight idea they could be saving?
I mean, it certainly could have been. But I mean, just that initial peek onto the mini pit player was extraordinary.
Yeah, excellent.
And that really is what started that A defense to crumble. The second kill as well.
Yeah, incredible. Great from Extinct. He's having a lot of impact already, but sadly none in this one. Important trade from Giraffe. He's got so much utility here. It's all been dropped in CT. Artist now reaggressing. Tucked away in the corner is Morisco, being held by the Orbit Artist, finding Peepo. And now Vacancy can look to creep on in. Morisco spotted, Vacancy finding. Great flash from Artist. And now Shock in an attempt to deal with the A defenders. Vacancy on the balcony now. The reposition necessary. It's been chipped away at though, but Artist posted up in the cubby and Shock. He's got a flashbang. His way out. An Artist, quick shot there. All on B-Stick. Spots Artist. Trying to bait out the shots here. All in an attempt to waste some time, allow for some rotations. Giraffe sends the smoke towards bottom banana. The question that B-Stick might have rotated around. Artist needs to be a little bit more clinical here. He's had many opportunities, but he finally gets taken down. The low HP of Vacancy could be found here, but I think B-Stick isn't aware that the Glock would do it. Giraffe in the backlines will find him. Alaska double down. AWP can be saved. Important round from Artist, although the end portion not perfect. 2 kills there is excellent.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of pressure he just took away, and you can see how desperate B-Stick was to take him down, but yeah, it didn't look properly warmed up there from the in-game leader of Sinners, just a few too many missed shots himself. could have gave him a chance in that round, because I mean, things certainly weren't guaranteed there for Alaska, but good to see them get a couple of rounds on the board here. Round number 10 though, Monies is still in a very good spot for the T's. Don't need to worry about any financial restraint just yet. Zedko, already some great entries, but this time has backup with him. Reinforcements by his side, and so much damage has been dealt with utility as it was through the molly, through the flames for Sinners, but it won't matter. The 2-for-0 trade towards B is enough to confirm the round. And that's something that I think really would have changed how the last round was played. You see Zedko, brilliant kill onto the player on the bomb site, just wasn't able to find Giraffe as well. But he was all alone. This time, Morisco's with him. This time, B sticks with him.
You have to imagine if one of the CCs throws an HE grenade, there's going to be a triple kill because of that. But the idea of swinging through the molly there from Sinners completely catches off Alaska, but the entries are excellent as well. And right now, Sinners, it's kind of back to winning ways for them, all off the basis of this kind of weaker B hold. 2 players caught out in the open, and Sinners can deal with it so comfortably. So now at best for Alaska, it's going to be 4 on their CT side, but it's not going to be easy for them to get these final 2 rounds.
Buy can't come out from Alaska thanks to the saved weapons. And that's sort of one of the few good things about the constant saves that seemingly always happen on this map, is just due to the fact that you are saving so much, chances are you're always kind of going to be able to get some buys out. And as he makes things really tough for the T's, it makes them sort of always have to be on their toes with this map. Just as you go on a bit of a streak and the CTs get more and more loss bonus, only a couple of weapons even need to be saved and the buy's still going to come out, so you're never really going to have a free round of things.
Morisco silently creeping through apartments here. 360 needs to be cautious about this as pressure's being applied towards short as well. Nice fight from 360. Artist now. Molotov just to the right and allows Artist to find Peepo. 5 on 3 here. B-stick. Already quite close. Vacancy might not be prepared for this. Certainly not. And now to deal with 360 and Pit, but he gets his second of the round. Now it's all an attempt to just stay alive. There is an HE grenade on Zedko. He can use it to find 360, and it will. Smoke towards... Oh, the bounce of that HE grenade. How has that gone so wrong? He will eventually take him down, but 360 gets the dink as well.
Oh, the boost over the smoke. Is it going to be able to spot anything out? Beasting might peek into this, but not yet. The boost not going to find anyone, but it has allowed Extinct to creep his way closer up shore. Zedko looks for the fight, gets taken down. It's all on the in-game leader who falls to Giraffe. Sinners will be denied their 9th as Alaska put 3 on the board now. 1 final round left of the half. But I mean, great hold from 360.
Well, look, the fact that that HE grenade takes a bit of a dodgy bounce and 360 survives, I think that's such a pivotal factor because he gets the dink on Zedko there. If Zedko's full HP, we're looking at maybe a different round. Maybe they play with a little bit more confidence. It seems like Zedko just wanted to get himself out of the corner. Yet, if he was on full HP, he might be a little bit happier to peek in instead of trying to creep his way out.
I mean, it looked like he was just... To me, it looked like he was going for 1-for-1. It looked like he was happy to find one and go down. Just because he's so low and put Beastic in a bit more of a winnable situation. But I do think if he is full HP, Zedko is one of the players you'd want dancing around those boxes using that headshot angle.
Artist now posted up with the AWP. Flashbang somewhat denying, but just behind the smoke. The utility here towards long. We've seen some missed mollies, we've seen some missed smokes, and Artist is going to go hunting here. AWP in hand. Catches a player off with utility and able to back away. We don't see the AWP Peepo look to strike. Needed the smoke. In the open is shock, but now backs away. A reposition to the B-bomb site. This is where Alaska don't actually need to play up in the face, but Peepo finding that kill. Extinct now repositioning. HE grenade close by. could find them both here, and he surely will. Great from Extinct, and now all on Shock. A 1 versus 3. Has retrieved a smoke grenade. Artist. Shock's going to go through this. Shock can find this kill, but Artist, the AWP CZ combo coming into play in this round as he gets a triple. Alaska, they do find those final 2 to net them 4 overall. Vital rounds from Alaska if they want any chance to come back here on Inferno.
Yeah, I think a pretty big recovery there at the end, because things were looking quite dire for them, and it didn't look like there was a lot of chances. It was obviously that 7-0 start for Sinners, so we could have easily seen a scoreline where Sinners basically have the game wrapped up before we even make it to the second half. But I do think Alaska do just enough to keep this one interest, and I think if they found anything less, I'm still looking at this one as Sinners pretty comfortable to go on to take map number 1. But depending on this pistol, Alaska can find themselves sort of right back in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think Alaska, the pistol round is required, but started off quite nicely. A lot of damage to Peepo and Shock, obviously finding Zedco.
Yeah, it's a big gamble from Sinners. All 4 players now towards this A bomb site. And Alaska don't seemingly have a lot of desire to go back towards B, slowly clearing out the apartments. Util started to come out towards A. Peepo will go down for nothing. Oh, what a swing out of apps from 360, and Artist find it. Morisco Draft takes down the final player, and Alaska go into the stack, but they only lose 1 in the process. I think Peepo in an interesting angle there. Low HP. Very aggressive rather than sort of playing towards the bomb site with the rest of his team.
Yeah, look, I think the early fight towards second mid goes a little bit wrong for Sinners. They put a lot of stock on finding that control, and even with the range advantage, the Glocks do a lot of damage. And I think we were always going to see that round go the way of Alaska once the early fighting came to a close, and not only the damage, but the kill went their way as well. I think Alaska, it's a necessary pistol. We've seen the force from Sinners, which I don't love the idea of, but the fact that Extinct has kind of given up his life here towards Banana by just fading through the smoke gives a chance for Sinners, but Morisco's been tagged away. Alaska's got to be very cautious here. Now they know that this is a force, they've got to be very, very disciplined. A triple long setup. And with the smokes coming down, it gives off the idea Alaska are going to head their way towards long. This could go so wrong here for the T's. We'll see the MAC-10 connecting. The 5-7 denies the trade. Excellent from Giraffe, the flying MAC-10. And Zedco now all that remains. Might be an attempt to retrieve the rifle that Extinct has dropped, but Artist ready and waiting there to deny. And Alaska, they can put themselves right back in this one. We could see an 8-7 scoreline here.
Yeah, this is really key there from Alaska in that one. Especially vacancy, considering you touched on how good that long setup did look, but Morisco just wanted to go for that peak early, wanted to get a tag, maybe just a bit of information, got taken down, and then it's those 2 players towards long, and not a single kill found between that initial 3-man long setup. I mean, big volumes.
Terrorists win.
And unless Zedco is going to have a masterclass in this one, it should be, like you said, should be that 8-7.
Yeah, look, I don't think we're really expecting all too much out of this save 5-7, but fair few smokes. Hopefully they're just going to drop them towards B and maybe go for a gamble stack on A. I think that's their only real chance. One smoke has been dropped here for Zedco. Sends an early HE that sadly doesn't do all too much. Are we thinking there's a chance at a comeback here, or do Sinners stabilise on their CT side?
I think we've already seen the comeback happen. This is already it. Whether they can complete it and convert it into something is a different story. I certainly think we've got a bit more of an exciting game. Sinners certainly have slowed down significantly, and there's no doubt about that. Look, they were 7-0. They were flawless initially in this game, and yeah, we're going to find ourselves at a point after this round does go the way of Alaska. It's going to be 7 out of the last 8 rounds to have gone their way. So
Yeah,
quite
absolutely
a turnaround.
excellent. Yeah, definitely. It's great that Vacancy's able to find all 3 that financial gains from that will be seen in the next one. I wonder if Artist is going to be bringing out an AWP now, because obviously one could be dropped over by Vacancy, but they've still got a couple Mac 10s in play, so maybe the idea of speed to try and overwhelm Sinners, because you expect the fact because they forced in round number 2, Sinners should have an AWP here. They don't, which is a bit of a head scratcher. I don't really know why Peepo isn't wheeled in the big green. But no, Artist sticking with a rifle currently. Still have these 2 Mac 10s in play. And it looks as though they're going to be going for early B presence, early B pressure. Zedco just backing away here. Util in hand, B-stick jiggling.
Yeah, I mean, Sinners, they, maybe they need to use a couple of tactical pauses themselves.
Yeah, look, although they're still in the lead, it certainly hasn't been the kind of performance in the last 8-9 rounds that Sinners would be hoping for.
No, not at all.
And I think a lot of the time the scoreline kind of gives you a bit of a false truth. Oh, we're still winning. It's fine. We don't need to worry about it. Once those kind of after the halftime switch, after the pistol rounds convert, I think we had to have seen something. Set up here towards B is excellent though. Giraffe would have hoped for some fortune there. 360 going to send the utility over though. Giraffe attempting to find something towards CT. A weapon's been retrieved now. Peepo's got to be cautious. B-stick now holding. B-stick found. Where there could be another here towards Ruins. Smoke kind of working against the T's here. Giraffe needs to get the bomb down. Oh, they spotted one towards CT. They've gained that information. Peepo going to send the Molotov here to force out 360. Great find from Giraffe, though, in CT. Morisco falling. The reposition of Peepo. Oh, I love the fact they're taking space here. Flashbang, Giraffe clears it out. And now he can stay in this excellent position. Peepo looking to accelerate. Gonna send a nade into the smoke. They are so sure the player's still towards the new box. And outswings 360. This is a 2 versus 4. And Shock's just gonna have to save. What a round there from Giraffe and 360.
Yeah, just so much space there. Taken. They looked actively for the fights. That's what they needed to do. Don't get the bomb down and find yourselves in this massively disadvantaged post plant. You don't have the util really to fight it off massively. And instead they take the fights. They put it into that 2-on-2, and from there, brilliant positioning, brilliant play. And a round that comes from it, a leveled up game from Sinners, feeling like they did everything right, crumbling at the end.
Yeah, I think, look, Sinners, it's a great setup towards B, yeah. A big fumble. Bit of a half buy here from Sinners, a couple MP9s, the Scout, and obviously that saved rifle from Shock. Important round, though. The fact that that was still kind of a bonus, we had a Galil on Artist, we still had 2 Mac 10s in play. The fact that Alaska still win that round. They should have lost it, though. It was a 4 versus 2, and I think Sinners, you know, they're going to make a note of that round. You know that that's one they're going to be looking back in the demos, because it was their round to win. It was their round that was won, effectively. It should have always gone their way. And I think that fumble will cost them. Morisco, though, with a quick find onto Extinct. Obviously, this is an investment that can come through for Sinners, certainly. They've got a rifle, they've got the Scout, they've got these
Another tag
MP9s.
as well from the Scout.
Yeah, excellent there. Peepo's had a good round here. Another 2-man advantage here. Giraffe going to go searching here. Important trade. The fact that the MP9 of B-Stick's still alive is crazy. We should have seen this trade from Vacancy, and now plenty of plays posted up on the angle. Morisco falling here, though. Scout of Peepo posted up again. 360 falling. Out of apartments is vacancy. They've heard him drop. Missed shot from Peepo here. B-Stick being held on the right-hand side, but swings to the left, and vacancy falls. And Sinners, although they were far favoured in the last round and lost it, they've done it here on a half bite.
Yeah, only one weapon actually able to be saved there from Sinners, so not exactly like they've got huge upgrades and still have a ton of money in the bank. You can see B-Stick and Zedco do have money, but it's sadly just the MP9s. But finally we get to see Peepo with the AWP.
Yeah, no AWP on Artist, which is interesting. We could have seen that invested.
It honestly could be a similar thing to what Sinners were doing. People didn't have the AWP really in the first, and look at the initial success that they had, but got it on the CT side now, found the first kill, has an option to find the second, will do so. 2 shots, 2 kills. Finally, the AWP in his hand. And the Slovakian instantly having this impact.
Well, it's got to be said, though. Look, he's been given 2 free kills, no flashes, no trading. Just posted up on the angle. Zedco now under pressure. He might overlook his angle, though, and Zedco, how has he been able to find 2 there?
I like the knife attempt idea there, rather than using the pistol. But yeah, that is the MP9 there, finding massive amounts of success.
Yeah, 1 versus 5 for 360. Nice first.
Low HP. Morisco as well, and it's the SMG towards A.
B6 repositioned. If 360 goes through this smoke, he could find Morisco. And he is going to go for it. He's got 30 seconds. He's going to have to go towards A, surely. He's got to find Morisco. Oh, and he is going towards CT here. Gonna be about timing. Oh, not spotted him. Blended in the background is Morisco. Will find Sinners. An important round. They're in a 5 versus 1, though. It's an excellent start, but Peepo's just been given 2 free kills here. Sinners now 10-8. They put a stop to Alaska's success at a vital time.
Yeah, I mean, we've just finally seen some life in them again. It felt like they did run out of gas a little bit towards that mid portion of the game. Just weren't able to seemingly find another round. But as soon as they win that force buy, it feels like, okay, maybe they're going to be back to their usual ways. But it's still an investment from Alaska. It is just that partial buy, though. A lot of techs in play. 360 with that AK going to be all important for Alaska if they want any success in this one.
Yeah, look, 360's not had the best of games. Obviously, there was that big round in pit, but there was also some silent moments with this hero AK, though. He's got to go huge. Extinct now. If he can find B-Stick, be an excellent find, but aware of the positioning is B-Stick. And now Sinners just going to rotate their way through to A, strengthen up the bomb site. Peepo. It's on the AWP. We can't expect big things from Peepo. I think right now, it's having a very neutral game, but I think we all know the impact that he's already brought to the Sinners side. Will they have heard that drop-off? Maybe too far away. Artist aware, great find from 360. Acceleration from the Tech 9s. What has happened here? Blink and you miss it. A bomb site deleted. Giraffe now will give up his life, maybe not realizing that his teammates are below 25 HP. A lot of this round on the shoulders of vacancy, and he was the one player without armor. This is going to be a tough one now. At least Artist has retrieved an AWP. Potentially B-Stick just going to be searching for exit frags. It doesn't seem like Zedco wants anything to do with this round.
Yeah, bombs half tick. There is the fuse gets in play, of course, but time is starting to tick now. B-Stick won't find the first, not clearing the angle. 360 finds. Zedco could have went for the ninja. Vacancies towards this bomb site. Just a double check. It will be able to survive in pit as well, but Alaska do find 9. Oh, in fact, he actually goes down in pit.
With no armor.
Well, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that one's fallen away for Sinners. That one looked really good for them initially. You see a lot of damage dealt to two of the players, but just couldn't seemingly find any of their kills, and none of them ended up coming through. 3 kills found for Alaska without a single response from Sinners, and I mean the best they had was Giraffe pushing into Library. And even then, at that point, the round was already in such a tough spot for the CTs.
Yeah, this is a real pivotal round. Sinners lose this one. Finances in a bit of an awkward spot. Alaska could take the lead. Zedco just going to back away now. Still a decent amount of utility remaining on this Sinners side. Ooh, Artist. Don't really know how that's gone so wrong for him, but maybe just not prepared for the peak there.
Yeah, 4 on 4 here though, still decent amount of util on Peepo and Shock to use. Bit of damage and util as well that could take down these players.
I like what we're seeing here out of 360. If he can find this kill onto Morisco, Sinners have got a real question to ask. 360's got to take his time. There's 36 seconds on the clock. If they're trying to head their way towards B, he needs to get himself into the backlines, but they will be disengaging. They will be making their way towards A with 25 seconds on the clock. And now B-Stick going to be rotating quickly. They need to deal with Moresco. 19 seconds now. He could just tuck himself away. Oh, Moresco can find all 3. And there's no chance of the round. The round is done.
In the flames. Doesn't miss a beat. Every single one of them found. No time. B-Stick will find 360 before the timer hits 0 to save them the embarrassment at least of having no cash. But what a call from Alaska that looked perfect. The molly into pit, but look at this hold.
Yeah, it's excellent. It's poor trading. I think it's the fact that I feel like Alaska, they're throwing the molly, and after the molly's landed, they've gone, well, no one pit, never mind, we don't need to look at that. Not only is it great shots there from Morisco, but yeah, the overlooking there and the poor trading has cost Alaska a surefire 10th round. Just the positioning of 360 alone would have been enough to catch off those rotations.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I mean, the issue is, because there's such little time on the clock, Alaska don't necessarily have a huge amount of info towards A. All you have is 360's position towards sort of long that hasn't been fully explored yet. So there could still be someone on the bomb site, could be someone towards minis, so you can't all be focused on pit, and it did look like the first player was holding, but Morisco finding them so quickly, then able to take down the other 2 with such speed as well. I mean, that's the issue with these late round calls. It can be fumbled, it can be really turned around, and Morisco did that there. What a hold from him in pit. 11 on the board. And this is kind of do or die now for Alaska, but Extinct's initial kill makes it look like it could be due.
Yeah, this is what we can expect from Extinct, especially towards Banana. When it comes to opening jaws, he is excellent hit. Obviously not had that kind of lights out performance that we've kind of come to know from him, but currently at the top of the side here for Alaska. No one really dropping out regarding impact, but in the same regard for Alaska, no one at the same heights of Morisco, of B-Stick. So, already though, we've got to say, Alaska, a real turn in performance here on Inferno. I said, look, if they want a chance of winning the series, heading to Nuke's probably their best way. And at least if they lose Inferno, they've got to keep it competitive, and that they have.
Oh, Peepo, this is huge from him. He's in front of the molly, so he's just called it nothing is towards A. And finding Artist as well. No one needs to rotate from Sinners. It's a 3-man hold already up against a tech and 2 AKs, and the molly's just isolated these players. This has to be a Sinners round. But we've already seen a 2v4 towards this bomb site already.
Oh, Vacancy and Extinct. They combined to deal with the bomb site defenders, and now Shock is a quick rotation. Peepo's just behind a smoke, but Shock, nice isolation there, can find one. They double up. Oh, but Shock, 3 in total. He gets the double there, confirming Sinner's 12. And now Alaska, they've got to get 3 in a row to take it to overtime. Nice round from Peepo, though, we got to say.
Unbelievable round. This in front of the molly. Artist just was there towards A to sell presence, drop the molly in short, but it's Peepo re-aggressing through the flames. And that was the difference maker. Getting that advantage for them, but as well as just getting all of the information, prep them for the hit. And Alaska, in a round that was so vital, now it's just going to be relied on 4 techs and 1 Galil.
Yeah, to me it screams a B-rush, but a lot of players with utility in hand here for Alaska. Extinct, hoping for an elevation. A way in. Speaking of boost, Peepo elevated here. Ooh! Not the cleanest shots from Zedko, but enough to get the kill. And the positioning of Morisco goes unaccounted for. It's a 3 versus 5 here, Charlie. This is going to be so difficult. Morisco's had an excellent game. 20 and 13. The one thing I'm quite happy about in this series, Charlie, so far, we haven't really had anyone who hasn't had impact, who hasn't had a round all across the board.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes when you see games and there's a player who's like, you know, 4 and 13, 4 and 14, you kind of say, well, look, if they were playing better, maybe there's a different outcome. But everyone's had their moments here, which I always think is nice to see. But now, speaking of moments, Peepo to have his. Great for the Mac 10 of vacancy. And it is all going to be on vacancy. Now retrieves an AWP. Wants to get the bomb timer on his side, but a 1 versus 3 on 25 HP. Molly sent to his position. Needs to isolate this fight. The reposition here, but he gets taken down by Shock. That was vacancy's chance. Sinners fine 13, and Alaska. It's a tough loss, but at least they keep things competitive. At least they had that streak of success. And obviously, we move to Ancient shortly, with it being theirs. But a great performance from Morisco, and I think that round in Pit completely embodies what he offered throughout.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of really pivotal rounds towards the end there for Sinners that felt like it brought them back on top. You think of that force buy as well. Sorry, that partial buy around Shock's 1 M4, I believe it was. They managed to win that one, and that was after we saw Alaska win sort of 8 out of the last 9. That was a really massive round for Sinners. Just to feel like it gave them a bit of confidence back. And it gave them something to sort of show for that game, because it felt like they had a great start and became very silent after that. But yeah, that felt like the round that just sort of gave them a bit of a kick up the backside and got them back to winning ways. And I mean, we've got to praise Alaska at the end of the day. They were 7-0 down. They didn't let that slow them down whatsoever. Took a couple of tactical pauses and started to show us why they are actually pretty competent on this map. But the issue is, it felt like just that start. You imagine maybe if it was only 5-0, 4-0, maybe they could have actually made that comeback and completed it till the end. But it's still at least positive signs. You've been able to show a good display on map number 1. I'm excited to see what they can do on their map selection now.
Yeah, obviously Ancient, it's going to be their battleground. Let's see if they can take it, though. Obviously, we will be jumping to a break beforehand. Got to be said, Charlie. Look, I think Sinners had a very good start, obviously, to Inferno. We expected it from them, just the history of Sinners with that map. A great comeback, it's got to be said. I think Alaska, they fought valiantly to show competition throughout, yet it didn't really go their way. So I think we've got to say Sinners are in pole position right now to take Ancient. I've said, obviously, in their last 9 games, victorious in 6, and obviously the 3 losses, 2 in overtime, 1-13-11. So right now, Sinners are in a good spot. Alaska, though, they were showing signs of success, which gives me confidence for them to find map number 2. What are your thoughts and feelings heading into Ancient?
I mean, look, that's the thing I'm most happy about this Alaska side, is that we did get to see stuff from them on Inferno, because we could have easily seen a world where things did just fall flat for them, where we didn't see them make that resurgence and Sinners just run away with maybe like a 13-3 or something, but luckily that wasn't the case, and Alaska really just turned things around for them. They kept that game competitive towards the end. Sure, they managed to, or they didn't manage to go on and take Inferno, but they showed some positive things, and hopefully this is going to lead us into a equally competitive Ancient where, I mean, map 3 could potentially be around the corner, but obviously we need to state it again. This is obviously that 0-1 match. Things get really scary for these teams who do go on to lose this. We already mentioned, we sort of do mention that teams that kind of start with that 0-2 record, I can't remember a single team that have actually managed to come back and make it into playoffs from there. I mean, I think the closest that I was following for a while was Nitro in the South Americas. They bought it so close, but I think they ended up losing on the final map in that 2-2 game after bringing it so close, but they still didn't manage to do it. You've got such a sort of massive task ahead of you if you are one of those teams that manage to find yourself in that spot. So it's never an ideal position to be in, but at least Alaska had some good elements to their game towards the end, and hopefully this is something they can translate onto Ancient.
Look, I've got to say it, for Alaska, the CT side was excellent from Artist and Extinct. You know, you look at those 2 individuals, they both had decent CT sides. Yet for Draft 360 and Vacancy, not the best. And then it was the flip on the T side. So I guess you could say that, you know, we've got good defenders, good attackers, but I feel like right now we need to see a little bit more consistency throughout the Alaska side. Obviously, I feel like Ancient is going to be maybe a bit easier for them based on the fact that they're feeling a lot more confident on it. Also, it's a map that I feel like rotations are a little bit easier to manage with, because a vast majority of the time on that CT side for Alaska, Sinners would go into a bomb site and within 3 seconds it would already be done. So I think right now for Alaska, they've got a lot of work to do here. I think Ancient is going to be a really tough task. We know the height of their nuke, though, so I think that's a real positive for them. I think that's something that is going to really help them out in their endeavours to win this series. But as you touched upon, Charlie, very rarely you'll see a team go 0-2 and be able to make it through to the playoffs. And obviously, that is going to be one of the tasks here for these sides, as these are the 0-1 games. So not going to be easy whatsoever. I think the slight favouring's got to be going the way for Sinners. I think, realistically, that game probably should have been a bit more dominant. Let's be honest, I feel like Sinners had full control from the start. They were, 7-0 up, and somehow we saw kind of an excellent string of rounds. We saw 8 out of 9 going the way, obviously, of Alaska. And then we see Sinners kind of bring things back on their CT side. But I think there was a higher expectations of Sinners. I think it's really important that Alaska did bring things back and show a little bit more competition there on Inferno. At least it is going to give them a lot more confidence as they head to Ancient. But Charlie, look, I want to get an early prediction out of you. Do you think it's going to be 2-0 or can Alaska bring things their way on Ancient?
I really struggle with this one now on this sort of second map, because you can look at Alaska's, a lot of their games that they've played, and I think they do take down a lot of